Hi, this is your PUBG Sports Guide, Annie, of Weekly PCS. PCS Charity Showdown finally kicked off last week. Hope you guys enjoyed events. I can describe the last week of PCS Charity Showdowns, and it was the rebellion of underdogs. Strong teams, as well known, kinda struggled from all APAC, Asia, and Europe regions since unexpected teams topped the list. APAC region made a start of PCS Charity Showdown on May 14th. Myth, consisting of Thailand superstars, got on the top for the first day, showing off their strong performances. On the second day, Archangel Predator, the only team from Philippines, showed their strength from a tremendous rise. Archangel Predator played PUBG professionally since 2018 and did pretty well in regional leagues, but they had no chance to compete in global events. However, they showed their strong performances and possibility in the global scene, earning 68 points with 3 chicken dinners in one day from their first global event. Division X Gaming and Golden Cat, ranked 2nd and 3rd, are chasing tight with the stable performances on both days. They have very tight points gaps in each other. The current leaderboard will fluctuate for sure. Please watch this week's game to see if Archangel Predator maintains its place or the new contender arises. A lot of PUBG Sports fans expected PCS Asia Charity Showdown would be the most competitive region. Korea and China especially are always strong in global events, and 3 teams are from PGC top 4 teams. To our surprise, 2 teams from the first time of participating in global competitions took the first and the second in PCS Asia Charity Showdown Day 1 and 2. First, Team Kherson finished first on the first day, winning the very first chicken dinner. Everyone was surprised because the team wasn't classified as a strong team. But what's more surprising is that Team Kherson is an amateur team consisted of office workers and students. The second day was Tiamba, and Tiamba. All 4 members were fragging out, scoring 79 points for 2 chickens. Shockingly, it is their first time in global competition. However, their strong performance originated from winning various third-party events in China. They also ranked in 3rd from the latest PCL. Genji, one of the strongest teams in PUBG esports, seemed having a hard time on the first day after the fight over South George against Tiamba Gaming. However, they could come back with the stable performance as usual on the second day, showing various super plays. Even though they had no chicken yet, we all know that Genji always explodes at the end. 134 points with 85 kills in 10 matches? This is indeed a remarkable record. Will there be a dramatic reverse in day 3 and 4? Well, sports have no script, so let's see how it goes on PCS Asia Charity Showdown this week. The PCS Europe Charity Showdown kicked off with the group stage last Friday. Omakin Sports won the first chicken and took 82 points on the first day. Even on the second day, they showed decent performances and finished up to the first with 125 points total. Even though they've performed well in early 2020, like in GLL, they couldn't make it to PGS Berlin. However, they've bolstered their roster by adding Gemty, so PCS Charity Showdown could be their turning point. Tempest, who earned the spot by winning EU West qualifiers, finished 2nd with 118 points, winning 4 chicken dinners. Europe's top dog, FaZe Clan, finished first on their first day, but seemed to slow down the next day. However, in the final match, they won 18 kills chicken and finished 3rd with 115 points. What a FaZe Sunday! There will be a group stage week 2 this week. We will see which teams will advance to the final. 16 teams are finally all set for PCS North America Charity Showdown, which starts this week. Along with 8 teams who made it to PGS Berlin Americas qualifiers, The rest of the 8 teams were decided through the round of 16 qualifiers last weekend. PCS North America Charity Showdown will be held for 4 days from May 21st, so don't miss it. Here's the broadcasting schedule for the second week of PCS Charity Showdown. PCS Charity Showdown for all regions will be provided with English broadcasts through Play Battleground Twitch and PUBG Esports YouTube channels, and also various languages in each regional channel. So stay tuned! I'll be back with the next weekly PCS. Bye!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Continental Series Showdown APAC edition. My name is Enox. Joining me tonight is Jordan Mays, also known as Alfish Guy. We are back once again for the second week now of APAC, halfway through our 20 games in total, 10 played and 10 to go.
That's right, and it's not been a bad tournament so far. I mean, we've seen some surprising results, I think is fair to say, particularly the fact that we've got AAP, Archangel Predator from the Philippines, as the first place team heading into this second week. As you say, we're halfway through, so that's generally a good indication of where things are going to finish on up. But still fairly congested towards the top end of things as I take a quick look back at the standings. And you're going to see them on your screen now as well. So you can see there are quite a few teams that are sort of still within the mix. But we were talking about towards the end of last week, Xenox, a couple of teams now we're starting to think probably aren't able to really come back into any meaningful placements from here.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. I was sort of on the curve, on the fence in that 12th position for Atletico, 42 points. Above that, I'd say Victim from the Future onwards, Jordan. I think we can both agree, still have a chance. And at the end of the day, even if you can't finish first, finishing in that top 6 is where the majority of that prize pool is going to be for the players themselves and the teams, which currently in that 6th position right now is Fury Australia. They've been one of the more consistent teams, yet unfortunately unable to sort of go all the way and pick up a win, for example.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we probably still would be expecting to see some better performances from Fury Australia. I think that they've been a little bit unlucky in some instances. Admittedly, I also think that they've been lucky in some instances. So, if they're able to convert some of the games where they probably should be able to, they're going to do really well this week. If they struggle to convert some of the games that maybe they shouldn't have, then I guess they're going to go a little bit more poorly this week. So I think Fury's sort of playing that balancing act right now, and they're definitely hoping to have a good week here. The good news, though, for them, Xenox, is that Miramar is the primary map for this week. We do get 3 games of Miramar and only 2 of Erangel in each day of today and obviously on Saturday. So that we know is a better map for Fury, especially even based on the results that we've been seeing here in PCS. So I think that, they're going to have a little bit of a better time this week.
I think there's probably going to be a few teams that are going to have a better time this week and a few teams that are going to have not so good time. As he said, Miramar is where we start, and it's also where we're going to feature the most for tonight and for Saturday. 3 games of Miramar, then 2 games of Erangel for both of our play days for the APAC region. And Archangel Predator on your screen, Jordan, no surprise, they've been the best team over the first 10 games. They picked up 3 wins, 2 of those in a row, both on Erangel. And they did pick up that last win as well on Miramar to close off week number 1. They return now onto Miramar. They're a team we've got our eye on, 94 points. They lead the way. They're the benchmark over 10 games.
Yeah, another interesting circle. Again, we head towards the northwestern side of the map, Xenox. And if you remember, at the end of last week on Saturday night, this is more or less where 2 of the circles went, right up to La Cobreria. So we've got, I suppose, a fair bit of practice when it comes to circles like this for a lot of the teams. Archangel Predator, they actually had a really good, solid performance, not only on Miramar, but also on Erangel. And that's part of the reason that we're seeing them up towards the top of the standings here in PCS APAC, but I'm sure that they're going to have to come into this week and put in another solid performance because there are other teams that have been also fairly solid, have looked good in their moments. And QC Horseman is actually a good example of that, right? Gems alongside Xiaoman were two of the top fraggers, the top damage dealers throughout day one and day two, but they weren't really able to kind of keep it up towards the end of day two, and things did certainly start to slow down for QC as a result. So, this is another team I think that we can keep an eye on, even though they're currently only sitting in fifth place. They sort of led from the front on day one, and there's a chance that they're going to be able to come back into the swing of things today.
Of course, a reminder for you guys watching at home on twitch.tv/PCS_map. If you want to keep up to date with the map screen, it is available over on that Twitch channel itself. Division X Gaming currently ranked second place with Fergus Sapal, Long K, MBK. Last week, Jordan, there was a lot of people asking about MBK, CSGO. Is there any relation?
No.
No. Nice. Well, you've cleared that one up nice and quickly for me.
NBK is from France in CSGO, and I don't think he's from France here in PCS APAC, if I had to take a guess.
I would say your guess is most likely correct, but yeah, there were a few people who were wondering. They were wrong. MBK is not from CSGO. As we look at the map, though, El Pozo is where we're most likely going to be going. The Crater Fields. You mentioned it before. We saw a lot of that play for Miramar, more so than like the South region. You do wonder for the teams that continue to drop there. Divine Ink Sports, we've seen them play well on Miramar and only Miramar. Getting these sort of circles have got to be helping that cause.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's a few teams that are probably going to be a little bit filthy continuing to see this kind of a circle, and we had that interview, and again, I sort of touch on Fury. We had that interview towards the end of last week with Fury, and they were saying, like we've had a few pretty rough circles, and they've sort of been able to make it work, but they haven't had one of those circles that's sort of just gone straight on top of them. So again, they are the team that loots towards Lost Leonas, and they're going to have to make probably the longest rotation of anyone, bar maybe Creatori Esports, who is pretty much in the same sort of vicinity as Fury. So, I mean, it's not going to be easy for Creatori Esports, as they are, one of the weaker teams in this competition. In fact, they're actually last place right now, 16th, taking a look at them on our screen. So definitely been a rough run for Creatori. They've been into some pretty bad fights. I think some of the rotations they've been making have been a little bit late as well, Xenox. They tend to fight a lot in the blue, a lot more than some of the other rosters that we've been seeing here in PCS APAC. So hopefully they've been able to have a look back and see what they were doing wrong last week and come into this week with a sort of a fresh idea. But very unlikely that we're going to be able to see Creatori Esports kind of come back from, only being able to pick up 10 points in 10 games. It's just not going to be possible.
No, it's not. And it's going to be a pride thing for Creatori Esports in their own volition and what they sort of want to accomplish from these remaining 10 games. They know they're not going to be getting more than maybe top 12. Not even that. I mean, they'd have to turn things extremely around. I can't see a way they get off the bottom. Best case scenario I see for them is maybe leapfrogging Day Trade Gaming, who themselves have also looked a bit lackluster over the first 10 games. But as we move forward into these next 10 games, it's not like they're that far away from, say, Ferox, obviously only 1 point, or you've got Cerberus on 31. So a team like Day Trade's going to at least have their own ambitions to continue to move up the rankings a bit. And the benefit of the way that this is structured, of course, $100,000 to charity for the team that wins. They get to choose where that money goes, but then $100,000 for the players is that everyone is going to be able to win some money all the way down to 16th, and that it just gets a bit more and more as we go up the rankings. So for those teams that are, say, 14th, there's a bit of a pay jump, say, for 12th.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to see that money being pumped into the players as well, because at the end of the day, they are the reason that we get to watch these kinds of events. If they're not getting any kind of monetary incentive out of it, it's quite difficult for them to be able to put in the time that they need to do to be able to perform to the level that they would be expected to in a competitive environment like this. So I've got no qualms about it being a 50-50 split. I think it's the best of both worlds. And I think that whichever team does pick up the win, of course, is going to be quite happy to be sending part of that money over to the charity of their choice, but also to be able to put some in their back pocket. QC starting to rotate their way into the circle. Now, obviously, it is the first circle here, so unlikely that we're going to be seeing too much excitement early on in the piece, although CJ and Matey look like they might end up running into each other. CJ has given away his intentions, that's for sure, but Matey very close by, and this could be a big problem for AAP, the leaders of this lobby.
Big problem indeed. Matey unable to land shots onto CJ18, who was one of the star players for Archangel Predator last week. Matey with a bit of a flank actually over to the broken down car. CJ just on the other side of the room. And they're both just sort of playing ring around a rosy at the moment. You kind of back CJ in this 1v1 against Métis, but anything can happen. This would be a disaster start for Archangel Predator. But it would be amazing news for everybody else. He's just spotted Métis at that broken down car. Misses the shots though. No tags have actually landed. Back or forth. Finally now CJ though, through the window, is able to knock down Métis. He had some help arriving in. Mad Dog didn't require it. And Archangel Predator come out and top in that 1v1.
Yeah, I think you got to be a bit disappointed by that for Day Trade Gaming. Unfortunately, they had the drop on CJ there. Métis wasn't able to land the shots, and then got himself into all sorts of problems. They might even be able to get the res here on Carbs by the looks of things. No, just not quite in time for Mad Dog. Unfortunately for AAP, they do lose a player out of it. So I guess for Day Trade Gaming, it's not all loss. It's not all a bad result, but that definitely could have been a lot cleaner. In fact, that could have been AAP in game 1 of tonight in absolute shambles, you know? And if they would have been able to do that, Day Trade, that would have actually been a nice signal to the rest of the competition that, hey, you know what? We can actually put some good points on the board here in game 1, start to bridge that gap between AAP and ourselves, because it's fair to say that AAP do have a fairly reasonable advantage going in right now. 11 points over DXG. And beyond that, like, it really just starts to compound quite a lot. Like, if they have a pretty solid week and it's not needing anything particularly amazing, as long as they have a solid week, AAP could, you know, go in a fairly comfortable position through to first place in game into tomorrow.
I mean, it wouldn't take much, as you're saying.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you've also got to look at yourselves as a team and say, do we want to continue to play risky play style? They're holding a lot of edge, which we have been seeing from a lot of the Southeast Asian teams. That's a very north shift.
Literally the exact same circles, Xenos.
Yeah. This is for the 3rd time now in a row. I'd have to say, I'm pretty sure in a row.
Yeah.
Similar circles. Although, you know, a week has gone by, still in a row. Archangel Predator Day Trade, that position to the southwest of Monte Nuevo, I mean, just really weird fight to see in phase 1. Not sure how that really transpires, but I guess, you know, funny things happen. You know, it's been a bit of time since we played the APAC edition last week on the Saturday.
Well, I think AAP was just trying to sort of get some kills on the rotation, get some damage on the rotation as Day Trade went past them. And then they inevitably both ended up like actually having more or less the same thought and stopping at the same building.
Look, I won't lie, I am getting a little bit sick of this circle. We've got a beautiful landscape to traverse, and yet we just keep going back to La Cobb over and over and over again, apparently, in here in APAC. But the one thing I will say, though, when you get this sort of circle again and again, surely the teams become a bit more proficient at where they should be rotating to. You watch the VODs and think, okay, maybe we should have gone here, we should have done this. I guess you are able to implement those strategies now as we're going to get a similar circle. Cozzy, Ferox, that's a much better start to their week here. QC going to lose Gems, who was one of their star players, along with Jowman from last week. And now, actually, speaking of Jowman, he is going to be knocked down by RDK, victim from the future. QC 4 Horsemen were a top team last week. They've just lost 2 very early on here in game 1 of the night.
Yeah, RDK Boss is putting in some real damage here onto QC. They are not feeling too comfortable about that at all. You know, they're between a real sandwich. It's Ferox and VTF that are putting QC potentially in the grave here. They've already lost those 2 players, and already first sort of hints of blood being drawn in this game, and it's quite early on in the piece, right? So not too fun here for QC. I'm sure they'll try to just lay low for the rest of this game. But some pretty critical points, both for VTF and for Ferox, particularly for Ferox, who are sitting down in 14th at the moment.
Oh, this is not ideal, though, for Spit walking down this mountain, or better yet, running down the mountain, now jumping down the mountain. Kelsey finds a tag on RDK. Teddy does get the knockdown. You can see the eyes all just focused onto Spit. I don't think Ferox are in a position to peek over and get the elimination. Teddy will confirm it for Victim. 2 early kills for them. Decent times. A minute till phase 3, and Jay is on the move for QC4 Horsemen. They were a team that actually started really well over, say, the first 5 games, Jordan. After that, they did start to fall off a little bit from the pack, the rest of that top 4.
Made in Thailand are the ones rotating into what looks to be a very solid position based on the previous couple of games that we saw on Miramar. You know, towards the end of last week when we did get this circle quite a lot. Where Made in Thailand are right now is actually going to be a premium position if we do see the same shrinks, right? And they're pretty much center circle. It's just going to be a case of ensuring that they can keep themselves pretty safe from players that are going to come over the hill above them. And it really does then, in that case, also depend on how this circle sort of shifts as well. So at this stage, I think it's a little bit too early to be kind of hedging your bets and saying that they should win from here. Insight's run over Waikikamuka, a bit of Australia driving going on there. That should be okay, though. No one nearby. But yeah, definitely interesting to see how this circle does close on in as we head into phase number 3.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. For those who maybe aren't aware of what we're talking about, but last week we had this exact same circle as we now move into phase 3. I swear to God, Jordan, it's just about a replica for now the 3rd time.
Yeah, pretty much. I think this is a little bit more southerly, so unless we get a super hard northern shift, we may get a bit of a change up where we're looking a little bit more towards power grid rather than the Larkob side of this mountain. But there's definitely going to be a lot of exchanges and a lot of engagements centered around this mountain that Ferox is on top of, that Made in Thailand is on top of. So those two teams that have managed to get themselves those center positions right now are actually probably feeling pretty comfortable. And that, of course, is Made in Thailand and Ferox. GC, Golden Cats have decided to actually set up shop down in the power grid. And everyone else is kind of rotating on in, but it's not too easy at the moment. There's a lot of high ground, a lot of terrain that they'll have to negotiate. Vision X Gaming are one of the more out of position teams over toward the northern side of La Cobra area.
I love the positioning though of Ferox on top of the crater itself. Really difficult for teams to push up there, especially when there's still a lot of eyes in the region close by, around crater, around La Cob. Can't necessarily just run up that mountain. If you can drive up, sure, but it's still risky. And this early on, as we go into phase 4, if La Cob still stays in, expecting teams to continue to sort of just ditch themselves in there. Fury Australia getting closer and closer to Atletico. Minute 25 seconds remaining here for phase number 3. Atletico have been a bit of a disappointment in this tournament so far. And if we do want to give them some excuses, obviously the recent acquisition of Lynxy still need time to gel as a team. So we will maybe just give them a bit of leeway, but you still expect big things, especially considering Lynxy's experience over in the PEL. What he brings to this team is an absolute enormous amount of experience, both LAN, online, years of PUBG. You just think it's a matter of time before it all clicks together for them. And who knows, maybe in this potential upcoming fight against Fury Australia, it could all just click together.
Day Trade Gaming going to be on the rotate now as well as the circle starts to push them out of their position. Now, luckily, they did a bit of damage to Division X Gaming as Division X rotated past them. So that should make Day Trade a little bit more comfortable on this rotate in. Not too sure I'm a fan of seeing Fury and Atletico going up against each other. Waikikamuka cops a big spray there from Lynxy, and I don't see this one going well at all for Fury. Atletico have the far superior positioning, particularly with Zoidmate down there on the flank. And as long as they don't lose Zoidmate, Atletico are going to be feeling very happy about this engagement.
Waikikamuka is going to go down. You mentioned Lynxy's position. He's got the nade in hand. Zoidmate, I think, is actually going to elect to push up. They might just smell a bit of blood in the water here for Fury because their position is so close to that blue. And my goodness, it just continues. This is ridiculous, this circle shift back over to La Cob.
Yep.
You mentioned they've got to get out of here, but I'm not sure if there is a way out of here besides through Atletico. Not much of an option. They're down a player now. No Waikikamuka. They do have the vehicles, but if you elect to try and drive out of this scenario, all you're doing is giving Atletico an easy chance to spray fire that pickup truck. The nades, the Molotovs, everything that can be thrown is now thrown. The smokes are out too. Atletico have got the compounds, but they're not electing to move just yet. Time for Insight, Ronan, and Juxi maybe to just take that vehicle option.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Fury boys, this really is the only option. Juxi is going to kind of stay behind as that rear guard while the other two do back off in the pickup truck, as you mentioned. Atletico didn't really have an angle on it, luckily for Fury. Now, are they going to rotate just into a different position here? Juxi is going to get knocked on down by Zoidmate. Surely you can't commit to this fight anymore as Fury. They just have to get somewhere in the circle. They have to find somewhere, have to sit somewhere in La Cob and just hope for another sort of good finish. Another Insight-esque performance. Juxi will end up being finished off. Jay is the last alive right now for Q Confirm, and that won't last too long at all. RDK Boss, who seems to be on a bit of a tear right now, finishes him off. 2 kills for RDK Boss so far today, because he will look to pick up some snipes, but I don't know that he's going to be able to get this kill here.
And I was going to say, though, for Atletico, they only got 2 kills out of that fight. They now start to shift up north towards Buriram United Esports. Ronan Insight stay alive. For how much longer, though, is the question. It looks like they've made camp close to Made in Thailand, who've still got all 4 alive. Kozi, in fact, did find that knockdown onto Teddy. You said whether or not he'd be able to find it. He's actually even able to confirm it. I was about to say, obviously, confirming these kills isn't always easy. Norja, spray was clean. Then he pulls out the mini. Tap 2, gets at least some headshot damage, forcing Extreme back to heal. And while he does heal, you'd think, I don't actually know if he's going to be able to get Zoid back up. That blue zone's going to be coming up. Yeah, I think he's done. And I think Lynxy might be done too if he's not careful here. They've split up. Flood's gone to La Cobb. This is not looking good for Atletico now after their fight with Fury. They were going to be left in a very unfavorable position because of that circle shift.
Yeah, I guess Extreme and Lynxy didn't really have any other options, though. Like, they couldn't go through Buriram. So Flood was the only one that was able to get into La Cobb, but now Extreme and Lynxy are going to have to do it themselves on the southern side of this circle, as they're still not actually in. Keep an eye on Archangel Predator. Again, the ones that are currently in first place here in PCS APAC have gone down to 2 players, but the res does come back on out. So they'll be okay for the moment. Ronan was picked up in the meanwhile there by Made in Thailand. So I'd say Fury might be getting pushed here by the Myth Boys. Golden Cat in that engagement right now with Archangel Predator to take control of Power Plant.
Crazy start to the game for Archangel Predator, but it has come to a slow standing still point for them over the last 10 minutes. Predatory Esports still alive, and I don't mean that in a BM way, but usually they are out quite early, and usually the first team out. They are pushing up towards Ferox. Eyes on them as well from Victim from the Future. That's the downside to this creative position. If you're not at the compound that Ferox have got, there's a lot of eyes that can see this location. That's why you see Creatory Esports Pro. And we do get our Phase 5 circle. Luckop is where we're going way more than usual. At least it's something a bit different this time, Jordan.
I mean, I don't know where this is going to end up, but it does still feel like we could end up in a very, very similar position. Flood will definitely be happy to see that northern ship stream out in the blue for Atletico at the moment. We'll keep an eye on Cerberus, who haven't been performing too amazingly so far here at PCS APAC. And JJ Leo, we'll see a player behind him, but just a little bit too late. It's going to be actually Heisaki that goes down. JJ Leo, Anquan to finish those kills on off. And it's just Basil left alive now for Cerberus Esports. He's got a few DIC players headed in his direction. Insight somehow has managed to kill a few players. Actually, both the VTF are pushed into him, so I just saw that on the kill feed. He's still alive somehow. I think VTF's out now. What is this madness?
Tony cleans up Basil from Cerberus Esports. DIC up to 6th position now. They've actually just leapfrogged Fury Australia. Creatory Esports continue their move up the mountain, crater, towards Ferox. You'd have to think that Ferox are in a decent position to deal with this push, especially from the team that's in last position. Nico's nice tap onto 1405. Reality is going to fall to Kozi. And all of a sudden, only IQ 500 and Castell remain for the team that is in 16th position. Only 11 points. Ferox have had a decent first game of the night. Need a quick cleanup as they get it. 6 kills. Decent position, but now have to move into the next zone as that blue's pushing. 1 minute and 8 seconds. JJ Leo cleans up Tonke, makes an S falls to Tony, and Golden Cat down to Justino and 6 sacks. Another team, Jordan, in that top half of the bracket. That is falling at the wayside here in match 1 of day 3.
Luckily for Ferox, they're coming in from the high ground. They're right above AAP, and Killer is spammed away by Sweet Soul. Not a bad start to this engagement at all, but Ferox will very much like to deal with AAP, so they won't have to worry about them anymore, and it seems like they're going to be able to do that. Another one goes down. That's Mad Dog again to Sweet Soul, who seems to be hitting his shots today. Okay, we'll peg one back onto Nikus, and Sweet Soul needs to be very careful here out in the open. Oh dear. That's gone all wrong for Ferox. It started so well, and now they're going to lose 2, maybe even 3, because Crumps is in the blue as well.
They're dead. They're wiped. I'm telling you, it's about to happen. There it is. Kozi was getting picked apart as he was running down the mountain. It wasn't just CJ who cleans up 3 members of Ferox. Does fall immediately afterwards by God Meow. And the full situation of that was that Ferox weren't just getting peppered by CJ, they were also getting peppered by teams from La Cobb, such as Phoenix Gaming. And I'll take back what I said before on that phase 5 shift, Jordan. We go south again towards Made in Thailand. DIC in that scenario. Insight's found a second kill now, this time on Dominoru from Made in Thailand, who was caught napping. Insight has got a decent spot, still inside of the circle. And you mentioned before Victim from the Future. They've still got one alive. It's RDK Boss. He didn't
Yeah, I mean,
quite push in.
Insight's going to be in a sick position if this circle comes in without anyone pushing him. Right? Because he's got that defilade in front of him. Made in Thailand definitely don't seem to be too eager to do too much. In fact, Made in Thailand might get third-partied here by DIC, who are still sitting around a little bit above them. So I wonder if we can see Insight pull something else off, like what we saw toward the end of Saturday night. ENG now putting some damage into DIC. And this is where things get really rough for the teams up on the hill, because everyone that's sitting down in Larkob has pretty free shots actually up onto the hill, unless you're sitting behind some defilade. But that defilade is starting to kind of shrink out of the map now. It does look like Insight's been spotted by Buriram, taking a few shots, I can see. I'm not sure how much longer he does last here. If Buriram have recognized his position. Not to mention the fact that RDK Boss also has to come on in as well from his position at some point. Here we go. Circle is starting to move, so the rest of the teams will be as well.
Insight's been in this position as well. When he was a solo player for Fury Australia in one of the earlier games, RDK Boss is going to have to get involved here as Naraja just pulls up right next to him. Hello, he doesn't even take the shot. The nade from Insight landing onto Naraja. Once thrown back, bounces up. Not enough to get the elimination onto Insight. His truck's going to be blown up. That might actually help him from God Meow. He might say thank you very much for that as I continue to throw out whatever I've got. All the utility. Now RDK helps out Insight. He gets one, a second tag. Immediately the transfer is perfect from RDK. He finds a third. No, it's never mind. It's just the elimination. Coax is still over in Lycob. He didn't come by. Victim have got 5 kills now. The spray, the tree blocks most of it. Are you serious? Never mind. It didn't block all of it. RDK just picks up a 3K for Victim from the Future. 9 teams remain. Insight says, thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate it, but I'm going to have to take your head next.
Well, hopefully for RDK Boss, he's going to be able to deal with Insight and continue this rampage that he's really been on for Victim FDF. Does get a bit of damage in there, but I'm not sure how keen he is going to be really to continue to challenge this. Grenade does go on in, and that might be a good one. Insight cops it. It's going to give time for RDK to chuck another one. I think Insight's done. That grenade should be enough.
Oh my God. 4 kills in the last minute from RDK Boss. 8 kills in total now for Victim from the Future. Into the top 8 as well. They'll get placement points because of his efforts. An enormous solo effort, although now he gets an enormous hard shift back into Larkob for phase 7. Not ideal. He might, though, be able to take the position we saw Buriram have before, but that long wall is going to block him. He has to probably hold outside of Larkob for the time being. And, well, that's not the start you want, Anquan. No. DIC. Oh, my God. Duckman gets 2. Oh, explosions like the Michael Bay movies of old. Tony stays alive. He doesn't get very far, though, and DIC have been obliterated.
My goodness, Duckman's almost got a truck to the face in that as well, Xenox. But he's okay. He's okay. Don't worry about it. Goodness me. Made in Thailand, though, they are going to have to get a bit of a rotate going on here as Tony is finished off. Now, Made in Thailand will be the last team that comes off of this hill, which means there's going to be a lot of players looking in their direction from Larkob. Somehow Flood is still alive, by the way. So maybe he's going to be taking that mantle for the Australian rosters, being the Insight of today. Potentially pushing us through to maybe a top 5. That'd be nice, I think, for Atletico to get some good points on the board. Here goes Made in Thailand, though. Duckman's leading from the front. Now, if they do get to this little defilade in front of them, it's actually a pretty good position. Not really going to be anyone that can do anything about that for now, at least from the Larkob side of things.
Maybe RDK, though. I mean, continues his little journey of mowing down everyone single-handedly, one by one. He doesn't have to peek much further. He does have to keep moving along this wall. So he is going to see Duckman. He is going to see Made in Thailand. If Homboya and Esquilugia can make it to this defilade, now it's a 3v1. It makes it a lot harder for RDK. He probably needed them to get struck down on the rotation of Duckman. Didn't happen, but he can stay prone. I don't think that Made in Thailand are going to be too worried about this wall, this position. They wouldn't have the information of RDK, and they're more worried about what's in front of them. Divine Esports and Phoenix Gaming. This is an interesting finish, though.
They are all kind of looking up in the direction of RDK Boss, and he does still have a little bit that he has to move. Sapau has spotted Flood, and that'll be the end of Atletico. 7th place. Look, not too bad from Flood, though, considering the position they were in to get at least a placement point out of that game. Not enough, unfortunately, for Atletico, though, as they still sit down in 12th on 44 points. And, well, IDK boss, his legs are in the blue, so they might not be working in a minute or two, but the rest of his body's fine. So luckily for VTF, he will survive at least into 6th. So that's another placement point on the board. And how many more can he get?
If RDK was to go on and win this game, I think it might be one of the best solo performances in PUBG esports history.
Maybe. A little bit preemptive, though.
Oh, I'm just saying it, though, if it happens, right?
Sure.
If it happens. And it's not exactly out of the realms of possibility because of his position. A lot of it depends on Made in Thailand. If Made in Thailand get taken out, that wall is still into this phase 8 circle. He's going to be in a position where probably teams aren't expecting someone to beat. Nade bounces out of the window rather than in the window. Never mind, there's smokes. I'm just going to try and smoke out Kush. How ironic.
Well, that was an aid. And it didn't go into the window either. Turtle has managed to get Day Trade Gaming Flash down on the ground, but Kush for now is the one that we need to keep an eye on because he's trying to hold off Division X Gaming. It doesn't seem like they're particularly keen on pushing into his position. Now, Phoenix Gaming are all set up, but it's 2 split. So this is right now actually a 2-on-4 Xenox.
Oh.
There
We
goes
lose our RDK. Division X still pushing in. Kush has managed to avoid them for now. Sitting in the room, patiently waiting. They may not know that he's stayed. They might have thought he's elected to push out. I'm surprised they haven't cleared this room yet.
Yeah, that's going to
maybe
be
unintentionally. But it probably comes back to bite them in the behind here, considering they're now keeping their attention over to Dr. Logi, the rest of Phoenix Gaming, and especially once Kush gets the call out from his teammates that Division X is so worried about what's happening in front of them, he can just come in from behind. He hears them jumping out windows, moving, they get the vision. Phase 9 means that Blue's going to start moving now. Everyone's going to start moving. They need to get the call out to Kush to really just come in from behind and sweep them up. They now should know that they've got no idea that Kush is behind them. The nade the underarm, it's going to come with the bounce of the wall. He should get at least 2 here. He will get 2 here from Kush. Patience is a virtue. Long case of power knocked down, jumps out the window. There is still one left. Fergus, another nade to at least confirm the kills and potentially flush out Fergus. He is going to confirm 1. No more than that. Somehow Fergus stays alive. Kush, I'm not sure if this one is going to go where you think it is going to go. Too far. And the revive is successful. Never mind. Apparently it bounces back. No, that was Hungvo Ditch. That was Hungvo Ditch. Regardless, though, Division X Gaming eliminated in 5th position. Duckmans moves up into the smoke. Spray down onto Greeny. Kush at half health with another nade. How much utility has this guy got?
I don't know how that nade didn't get the kill. But anyway, we keep an eye on Made in Thailand, who have actually gotten across somehow over the road. They had a buttload of smokes, and they've just used them to perfection. And now Duckmans creeps forward right above Phoenix Gaming, who are relatively under pressure. Will actually fall to the zone. Esquiluja and Honboya will continue to push though forward here for Made in Thailand, and Phoenix Gaming are copying the brunt of it. I don't know how easy it's going to be for them to continue this push though. Phoenix Gaming, Dr. Logi might look for a res. Not sure he really has time for that, particularly when Honboya is right above him.
Oh,
that is going to be the end of Phoenix Gaming. 4th place, Made in Thailand to secure a top 3. And maybe we're back to day 1 form because they're going to look for a victory here in game 1.
2 versus 1. Puchil's the last one alive for Day Trade Gaming. One of their better performances. He spots one out the window. He gets the kill. They'll get at least 2nd place. Now in 1 versus 2 against Made in Thailand. Don't think he's going to amount to much. He's not. Made in Thailand with the 11-kill win to start us off here for day 3 match number 1. They pick up the chicken dinner. 21 points in total. And one of the better performances from them over the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more cerebral, a little bit more passive from Made in Thailand than what we saw last week on Saturday, Xenox. They really just seemed to be sending it, but this time, you know, they put themselves in a good position early on in the first couple of circles, and then from there, they just slowly worked their way in and really struck while the iron was hot, while the opportunity was there. The fact that they were allowed over that road without copying really too many losses was a little bit crazy. But again, you know, much better performance from Made in Thailand and a good start to the week for them. A few of the other teams being able to pick up some points. Day Trade Victim definitely needed them. Phoenix Gaming is already in the discussion. Nice to see Ferox getting 9 on the board, but not a single placement point after getting 9 kills. again, you want to be seeing more from Ferox. So look, a few winners, a few losers out of this game number 1, and I think that actually does sort of condense things towards the top end of the standings, which is great going into the rest of this tournament.
And I mean, one thing you didn't even really touch on there was also, Archangel Predator only picked up 4 points. Teams like Golden Cat and Q Confirm picking up 0. And so, as you did mention, though, the top end does become a bit more condensed, but it does also mean there's that separation now. And I'm going to go ahead and counter Atletico from that sort of position that they're now sitting in 44 points. The team above them, Buriram, is on 60. That's from 12th to 11th. That's the jump there, Jordan. From 60 points, though, for 20 points would be then getting you to 4th. So I'm counting Buriram United Esports still in, but that bottom 5, I'd say their time is just about done as we have only 9 games remaining. So there's not much time left for teams to pick up points. And you mentioned Ferox, nine kills, no placement points. It was a better performance, but you also had a lot of other teams put in a better performance than usual. A team like Daytrade Gaming played a bit better than usual. Divine, another good Miramar performance. They continue to show up on Miramar, made in Thailand, move into the top 3 now as well off that win. So they're right back in the race and right on the heels of Archangel Predator.
Yeah, definitely. Archangel Predator really need to be getting more points out of these games if they're going to keep their lead. Luckily, Division X, they did take 5th place, but they only got the 1 kill. So it wasn't a huge gap closer for 2nd place to 1st place. Archangel Predator can kind of rest on that a little bit happier. I think the major loser there was Q Confirm, right, who came 16th. They didn't get a single point out of that. They were in 6th place, I think, going into today, but now they've dropped down to 7th. So they need to be doing a little bit more work if they're to continue sticking around in that race. So is Fury, 9th place, 2 kills, probably not enough from them either. But anyway, we'll take a look at the kills and damage leaders for PCS Charity Showdown here in APAC. And CJ and Mad Dog, the 2 players from the Philippines for Archangel Predator, are leading from the front. And this is a much different looking kill and damage chart than what we had on those first couple of days, which was really dominated by Made in Thailand and Q Confirm. Now, not so much.
Yeah, not so much, but Xiaomi and Gems still both feature, although Gems now only in the damage department. What's the biggest difference, though, is the separation that CJ18 is now getting in that first position. 27 kills. I mean, last week it was like usually only 1 to 3 kills max separating the top 5, and he has pulled away. It's going to be really difficult to see him drop out of that top 5, barring some capitulation. Homboya, Sapao, Xiaomen, but now joined by Anquan. Really good to see a lot of different names, as you mentioned, very different to what we saw over the first 5 games and then after 10 games. Colsey from Ferox, doing well damage-wise, but for Ferox's sake, just not converting into kills.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, they did manage to convert quite a few of those kills. I think like the real storyline for me right now is the kills actually aren't really converting into placements for Ferox. Even last week, we saw them getting into these early engagements. And look, to be fair, they did lose a fair majority of them. I'm not going to beat around the bush there. But they were also able to pick up a few early fight wins. There was a couple of games where they started off with a complete squad wipe here and there. And yet they weren't really able to get into the placements at all, Xenox. So I think for me, Ferox, it's not so much the engagement ability. Like there are some poor engagements happening here, but a lot of it is just coming from positioning and placement, and so they're not able to get into those placements. They're not able to get up particularly well on the standings, and that's I think what needs to change for Ferox.
Certainly so. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, we'll see if those things do in fact change.
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing
You would rather go extinct.
than to ever leave.
One game of Miramar in the books. It's all been done, decided, made in Thailand, coming out on top. 2 more to go, though. After that, it'll be followed by 2 games of Erangel here for APAC for the PCS Charity Showdown. Jordan, so far, Miramar has thrown us a few curveballs, a few spanners in the wrench, okay? Or in the works, I should say. Made in Thailand coming on top, really for one of their first better Miramar games. They had a lot of their domination in the first week on Erangel. They pick up the win here on Miramar. 2 more games to Miramar to go, but from what we saw, still a lot of the teams that did well on Miramar in the first week continue to do well here in Miramar, at least after this first game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely good to see for Made in Thailand, at least that they're able to put it together not only on Erangel and that they're able to turn around what was really quite a shocking day number 2 from them, where they had like, actually, now that I'm looking at it, they had a 15th place, a 16th place, a 14th place, and a 9th place. So only one time out of the 5 games we had in day 2 was Made in Thailand actually able to make it into the placement points, which was a very, very disappointing day overall. Anyway, here's the total leaderboard as we do head shortly into game number 2 for tonight. And you can see Made in Thailand has made a fairly significant jump back up into 3rd, and they're not too far away from 2nd, and even there, not too far away from 1st. But they'll want to ensure that that gap doesn't get too much larger than maybe 15 or 20 points at worst case scenario. Archangel Predator will be disappointed with what they were able to do in game number 1, because that really would have been their opportunity now to start to run away with the competition. But that has been, to an extent, put on hold for a couple of games at least.
Certainly so. And one of the best things about tonight is we're pretty quick to get into our games. Match number 2. Kickstarting off once again on Miramar, and I dare say I hope we get at best a bit of a different circle. Away from Lycob would be ideal. We've had 3 Lycob circles in a row on Miramar, of course, including last week's games. Even coming into this week, apparently nothing changed. I'd love to see something like Impala, Southside, or even just, Impala over towards the east.
You know what I want to see, and I'm being totally biased as an Australian commentator right here, is I want to see a circle that finishes smack bang between Picardo and Los Leones. You know, perfect circle for Atletico, perfect circle for Fury, and we're going to get an Australian team winning a game.
I mean, it's just biased though, isn't it, right? Jordan,
That is
you
just
can't say
biased.
those things. You're not allowed to, but...
No. But I can if I say it's biased, right? At least it's like being self-aware.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
It's Made in Thailand seem to like changing their drop location quite a lot on Miramar. You know, we've seen them to, and like again, like where's Duckman's going? He's so isolated from the rest of the team. Well, looks like I'm going to be wrong. I'm out of the picture, that's for sure. But I suppose someone like Ferox might not be too disappointed at all. 1405 will fire some shots off at one of those Made in Thailand boys, but not too bad of a shout, I guess, to start off here for. You know, this is at least we get a bit of a different circle.
Yeah, I was about to say some happy noises or make some happy noises, but I think it's pretty obvious by now we were all anticipating something a bit different. And also the chances, like, come on, 4 times in a row that we go to Lycob, very unlikely. Golden Cat, they had a bit of a rough one. 13th position, 0 kills in our first match tonight for a team that did very, very well for themselves in the first 10 games last week. Still obviously not that far off it, sitting in 5th, 79 points, which is 19 off of first, which is not that bad. 9 games remaining. You know, if you're still around the 20 to 30, 40 mark, you're not out of the woods just yet in terms of not having a chance to come away with the win in total. And Golden Cat's a team that has shown that they play as a team. Maximus, Tong, Tino, and Sixax. No real standouts individually, but as a team, they've been good. Cerberus Esports, though, got to be a bit careful here with Subang. Nostal and Reality pushing close by, but unfortunately, Jordan, they don't really have the reputation of running through and picking up a kill here. You kind of back bang in a 1v2, to be honest.
Yeah, Cerberus. I'm not going to be too keen on this. It seems as though Creatori are aware that Subang, or at least someone, is here. They're clearing the buildings, throwing the flashes as well. So Subang, well, that's definitely given away his position now. The smoke and the molly going down. Definitely make life a little difficult here, though, for Subang, unless Heisaki, and you can see Small starting to rotate in as well on the map. So I think Creatori are going to have to be pretty quick here. They've cleared out the one building, but unfortunately for them, it's not the right one.
Surely they get this, though, right? If they're clearing it out together, Heisaki hasn't come by to help still holding a bit south.
If they're a little bit too slow, they could get wrapped on, but it seems as though they are clearing the house pretty quickly, and Subang's starting to run out of utility. Here we go. Can he manage to hold it down 1 on 2?
No!
Reality's,
Oh, no!
Reality's team killed Castle.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's an interesting nade as well. What is going on here, Xenox? What am I even watching? Oh, surely this is not going to work out for Creatory. And look, to be fair, they are coming last. And I'd say this is probably part of the reason why that is happening. Reality cops that grenade in the face, and that is going to be the end of that. I mean, you couldn't really manage to mess that up much more.
I'm just speechless. I cannot believe it. I've seen it all now, Jordan. Yeah. You said there was no way you could mess that up even more. I was going to say, well, you could team kill your teammate there. He did it.
Yeah, that's a very, very weird passage of play. But anyway, we'll take a look at Buriram. They're one of the teams that's sort of more central in the circle here, so they don't have to rotate too far. In fact, they're going to have the pick of the locations as well. And for now, they are actually kind of going for a 4-way split. It's like a 1-1-1-1 split, for lack of a better word, which is obviously going to cover a lot of ground. But I'm not sure how enjoyable that's going to be should someone try to gate crash one of their positions. Either way, shouldn't be too much of a problem for now. Divine also on the rotation in. Creatory also. Chills from Day Trade Gaming running into Creatory Esports. And why is it always Creatory Esports that tends to run into the early engagement, Xenox? I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly why, but Creatory got the action early, I guess.
Which is probably not ideal, right? Considering they've very rarely even been in the placements. In fact, so far, just having a look back, they've only had one game, actually, out of the 11 that we've played, where they've been in the placements, which was a 7th place as well. So they've only gotten 1 placement point in 11 games. And it's looking like that might also be the case here for 12 games, because IQ 500 is down as well, 1405, the last alive. And Buchil's hitting some pretty nice shots here at a long range with that 4x. And I'm not sure that 1405 is going to be lasting too much longer here.
No, I don't think that they're going to last too much longer. It does, at least, I guess, in a way, Jordan, mean that they continue to follow up to how they started the PCS Charity Showdown. Right? Yeah, consistency is key, just in a very unfortunate way for them. For them to survive much longer here. Really tough as well from this position, because you don't want to keep harping on it. But Creatory Esports have been a bit of a blemish, Jordan. A bit of a blemish. 11 points from now 11 games. And you look at the top 15 out of 16, and it's all at least a bit close. Day Trade, Ferox, Cerberus have picked up a decent amount of points as Jukesy gets the run over onto Minoru. I'm not sure, though, what Creatory can do in the final 8 games for them to, you know, try and turn things around. Mordred taking the shots towards Divine Esports. 1 minute and 10 seconds until phase number 2. Divine definitely were a team that started their trend upwards on the rankings on Miramar in that first week. Didn't do so bad in the first game, but as they look to change their fortunes around coming into the second week, they're going to have to do a little bit better. 64 points, 9th place, not yet in the top 8, not out of it, not without a chance. Buriram United have been thereabouts too. In fact, had a decent first game, gets them to 60 points. They're another team that needs to probably find a bit more, another gear push into over these next few games.
Definitely. Quite a bit of work to be done for not only that team, but quite a few more. By the way, Atletico seem to have gotten themselves into a relatively comfortable position here, fairly central. They'll be looking for a bit more of a southern shift. That would be ideal. We'll see whether or not they are going to get it. And it's a bit more of a northern shift, in fact, is going to be what the result is. So that's fantastic for Ferox. I know they have a lot of fans in the chat. I know they've got really that fan favorite, I think, for Ferox would be the way that I kind of characterize this team. And so maybe we're going to see a pretty solid performance from them here. Shouldn't have to move too much. Should be able to gatekeep a lot of the teams coming on in as well, because they are fairly southern in the circle. I mean, we will see whether or not Ferox decides to move. If they do, they'll be one of the teams that gets the pick of the locations because they can move first. I'm seeing a little bit of a rotation coming out from them, but so too is Division X Gaming, all in that one bus. Duckmans! You don't love to see this, not if you're a Thai fan. And I think Duckmans might be in trouble. 6 HP.
And they already lost Midero to that run over earlier as well. They don't want to lose Duckman now. 6 HP, able to heal up. Actually now has the cover from his blown up vehicle. And fortunately, Homboya and Esquilugio are close by. But look at Division X though. They want this kill. Duckman falls back to the rock, moves away from the vehicle, expecting the push up. He took a lot of damage from Fergus as he was falling back to that rock. But somehow Duckman stays alive. And now he's safe from Fergus as well. So Pal can't see him. Somehow Duckman gets out of this. A lot of it, though, thanks to Homboya and Esquilugio. And at the very least, being able to provide some cover fire.
Well, I don't know if they're out of the woods just yet. Division X Gaming are still quite close by, and both of these teams are actually outside of the safe zone, so they're going to have to inevitably move. And these crucial seconds where they're making an engagement happen here is seconds where they're not being able to rotate into a position, into somewhere that they're happy with in the center of the circle. Whereas for teams like Fury, for teams like Phoenix Gaming, DIC, they're all taking up that premium real estate. And Made in Thailand and Division X Gaming are probably going to have to play from the outskirts now.
Cerberus Esports didn't have the best of experiences in the first match tonight. 3 kills, though, here in match 2 pretty early on. Only the 11-minute mark. Currently sitting in 14th position. I mean, what would be the ambitions for a team like Cerberus from here, Jordan? Is it just a matter of top 10, for instance? It's still gettable. Beyond that, though, I can't expect much more.
Yeah, like I think top 10. If you're sort of 30 points behind, that's sort of still salvageable over the course of a couple of days, but much more. And you're going to be really hoping for something kind of unrealistic. And you'd need to have a unbelievable day where you pick up 2 or 3, probably 3 wins, maybe even more. So for Cerberus, who have been struggling to really even get placement points on the board, it's not going to be a particularly kind situation for them for the rest of today and, of course, on Saturday. But look, I think for them, yeah, definitely just try and get as many points on the board. Take this as a good learning opportunity as well. And try to improve your squad. Every single game is a learning opportunity in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Especially considering, I mean, 20 games is probably a healthy amount of games that you can afford to have a couple of games that are learning experiences. Not too many, though, of course.
Can I just say how much map control Fury have got here? Like, you can see it right now on the map as we bring it up. But look at, they've taken almost that entire side of the map. Now, unfortunately for Fury, the circle shift doesn't really go their way. Q Confirm will be very happy to see a shift going back in that direction because they've been having a rough few games. This might be their opportunity not only to get some placements on the board, but also to get some kill points on the board because there's going to be a lot of teams rotating in their direction.
Haven't seen a Death Valley Al as a half finish for a very, very long time. It's not a lot of fun, though, if you don't get to a decent position on either side of the valley. Good chills from Daytray, trying his hand at taking down Duckman. And Duckman just seems like he's dodging bullets at this point.
Oh, all good. Duckman's rotating on in. And not doing so particularly gracefully, but I'm sure he'll be okay. There we go. Suck the landing. I give that one 8 out of 10.
Yeah. It's not how you get there, it's as long as you get there.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Olympics were delayed, Xenox, so Duckmans is just giving us his rendition of the 10-meter dive. And he's done a pretty good job of that. Gold medal.
Gold medal? I'm not sure.
Look, there isn't
What?
that much competition, I'm being honest.
Archangel Predator on the move. They've started a little bit slow here for day number 3 now. Trying to defend that first place crown that they're currently wearing. DJ, the kill leader as well for the entire lobby. Always helps when your teammates are fragging out with you as well, though. RDK, the MVP from game number 1.
Mm.
Look at the patience to not take this shot onto Anquan, though. A bit of a lesson in terms of patience. Although now, as he gets on that bike, that's probably when you take the shots, just so he doesn't get away. Anquan doesn't elect to get on the bike just yet. Wants to just prop it up in case he needs to get going quickly. Obviously has no idea. But RDK, you're in the blue now. This is where it's like, okay, how much patience do you really have? He's still not taking the shots.
Well, he's not going to be able to. Anquan for DIC. Gets away fairly scot-free. Will rejoin the rest of his teammates pretty comfortably. This rotation in doesn't look like it's going to be too problematic at all. Not sure what RDK Boss is doing. He's still sitting in the blue, by the way. Just for anyone that's not watching the map stream. It's on PCS_map if you're interested. Cerberus getting all 4 of their players in as well. They don't look like they've got particularly enjoyable terrain around them. They're going to have to drive along this road. They'll go past Buriram, past Fury. Saki is being the scout at the moment, and he's going to set them up on this hill that is just off to the east of Buriram.
Oh,
But it's not looking too kind for them, I don't think. Luckily, that circle shift is pretty phenomenal, actually, for Cerberus and for Fury.
and for
Ferox with
Buriram.
their 2-2, yeah, and for Ferox with that 2-2 split, they'll be happy as well.
Even the teams that are in Al Azhar, like Divine Esports, Day Trade can cross the road. It's not so bad. Buriram need to somehow take this split away, though. They need to group up. The 2 that are in Death Valley in the petrol station need to come up towards God Meow and Yadi. 25 seconds until the blue is going to start moving. A lot of teams out to the west. Atletico, Archangel Predator, Phoenix Gaming, Victim from the Future, which RDK is still in the blue this entire time. I don't know what the plan has been from them this game, but it's been bizarre. And then all the way up north, you mentioned Fury. I mean, Fury don't really have to move much here. The problem is probably going to be the later circles. Matey, though, this time is going to set Darkman's no more bullet dodging from this man. As Kalusia able to get a knockdown onto Jayas as Matey in Thailand look to take the fight with Q confirmed. Maybe not the fight that they want to take, though, considering it's a 2 versus 4, but with Jayas knocked out, makes it a 2 versus 3. Svit's going to heal up the first aid kit. Up close, Chow Man. He's going to be sat, though, by Homboya. Did take a lot of damage, did Homboya. Helmet broken as well, just about. But survives, gets the first aid kit off. Svit throws out another smoke for Jayas. Needs to commit to the fight. It's the power of the third party from Division X Gaming now. Made in Thailand, considering their win in match number 1, might be going back to the lobby early here in match number 2. And
Division X Gaming, all rotating in the same vehicle, Xenox. I think we've seen this movie before, and I'm not sure the Division X Gaming are going to be too keen on how it ends. Hopefully they'll be able to get in safely, but they have started to rotate into a fairly congested area of the map. DIC, though, they're on the side of VTF. Spoke about this being a weird-looking rotation from VTF. I think the weird-looking rotation might be about to come to an end. Although they are kind of sending it in the direction of DIC. 74L1, he's down as well. God. And VTF have just easily wiped them. Couldn't have asked for a better fight, to be honest.
Strange times we're living in here. Jay has got revived. Apparently, Svit, Gems were able to go pick him up. They didn't fully commit. Homeboy just gets, immediately swatted by Sapao. Made in Thailand, out in 14th position after their chicken dinner in match number 1 tonight. Division X Gaming make their way over to Q Confirm. They'll have their crack at it.
I'm going to do that thing again where I talk about Australian teams and everyone calls me biased. But I'm actually looking at this and I'm thinking Australian team's going to win this game. They've got each extremity of this circle. And they've all got 4 players alive. Surely I can't curse it.
I'm just going to put the copy paste back in chat just for you, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Bao, though, cleaning up into this push onto Q Confirm. Only 2 remaining. Division X Gaming doing a lot of the work as they cleared out Made in Thailand. Now they'll clear out QC. 4 horsemen. Interesting to see these three teams, though, that are all within the top 5 battling it out early on here in match 2 of Miramar, phase 4. The Molotov really unsuccessful there, and that blue zone, though, just means that Sapau's going to get moving. So does Spit, has to push in, but that does help out Spit. He gets the angle of the Fergus because of that blue. Pushes, seconds transfers, not good enough. Gems, now the last bit of life for Q confirmed in this exchange. Sapau will clean up. This has been disaster, though, for Division X Gaming. 3 are injured, 1 is standing. Who's going to win this fight? It's going to be Gems!
Whoa.
He found 3 of them! Swats away Division X Gaming single-handedly. QC 4 Horsemen down to 1, but they send Division X packing.
That's good news for Horsemen. QC definitely needed some points on the board. Waikika will pick up Basil from Cerberus. It's not looking like it's going to be an easy rotate in here for the Fury boys, but Ferox and Athletic putting some points on the board here as well for the Australian contingent of fans. Buriram, though, may be the pick of the bunch, just looking at the mini-map right now as to their position in this circle. We'll see how things do end up turning on out here. Golden Cat and Fury, I would say, is going to be the next engagement here as the grenades do start to go flying out.
You mentioned an Australian team, Jordan, in your biasy was going to win this game. Ferox and Fury both looking good. Ronan takes 8 damage from that nade. It's going to throw one back thanks to insight towards Tong K. Golden Cat being kept at bay, but they've got their better position. It's a strange one. Waikiki Mukau was able to move forward into the circle, though. Minute and a half. So a lot of time here for these Fury boys to push forward onto GC. GC don't really have the numbers either, and it doesn't seem like Fury are sort of getting peppered from a distance. There might be eyes on them potentially from like Ferox, but it doesn't seem like they've got the best of vision.
Look at that smoke tunnel. That's glorious from Fury. If they're able to cross into the position that Waikika gotten to, they might be in with a chance. It is fairly central. Ronan cops a few bullets on the rotate in, but he's okay for now. Gems eliminated, and that'll be Horseman out of the picture as well. 10th place for them. And again, another disappointing result. Golden Cat maybe can gatekeep Insight and Jukesy from coming on in, and that could be potentially a bit of a game ruiner for Fury. Insight and Jukesy, I don't know how they get across here. I don't even know why they're trying. There's no way Jukesy gets across there. Waikika Mukau will get a knock on a Sweet Soul, but that doesn't help in this engagement against Golden Cat. Insight's just got to move.
Fury have got to move too. Jukesy's going to have to be left behind. 6 sats with the knockdown onto Insight. Ronan and Waikiki Mukau, the last 2 standing for Fury. Ronan got 1. He got Maxinus. Can he get the one in front? Yes, he can. Quick double K for Ronan. Will he go for the revives as well? I think he might be able to get 1 here. 10 seconds. In fact, he might be able to get both if they can both crawl. It's not that far of a distance. Sweet Soul is going to die to the blue, so 3 left for Ferox. You can see on the north of your screen, Fury are going to lose both members. It doesn't seem like he'll get either of Jukesy or Insight. They go down to the blue. 2 left for Fury, 3 left for Ferox. But Buriram United are going to be the gatekeepers out east, Jordan. Day Trade, Cerberus, Divine, all are going to have to push through Nawardra and co.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about Buriram being in potentially the best position to win this game, and they may still be, but they have to deal with all of those players out to their east, as you mentioned. So I don't know that this is going to be an easy victory for Buriram if they do end up picking it up. And quite frankly, on the quieter side of the circle, Fury and Ferox, they're really just going to be able to play spoiler for this, and potentially even Athletico as well, who really only have to deal with Archangel Predator over to their west. This is just a massive, massive kind of stack over toward the east from Buriram, Cerberus, Day Trade Gaming that's going to have to eventually come unstuck.
A lot of these shots missing from Atletico, where in the past we would usually see them stick. Linksy lands 1 tag onto Flash. Zoidmate with the mini and the 8 times is still also not really landing these shots. Somehow Flash gets down the mountain. Puchils was knocked down. Matey makes a run for it as well. It's not a fun trek, and he is going to finally be knocked down thanks to Zoidmate. Looks like Atletico are going to be able to confirm Puchils as well. They'll get Vanatika before he runs out of the sight line. Archangel Predator have got eyes as well down there at the petrol station. Day Trade eliminated, annihilated even by Atletico. Although Waikiki Mukau was eliminated up north, and so Fury Australia fall at 6th. 5 teams remain. Buriram, Cerberus, Atletico. Ferox And Archangel Predator, the team that is still in first place from the Philippines, they've got to alive. But a massive opportunity this game, I feel, for Buriram United Esports to capitalize, move up the rankings, and potentially get into the top 8.
Yeah, there goes Subang. Buriram, 6 points on the board already just from those kills. Archangel Predator, though, is the real problem. They're still alive. They've got 2 players. They're continuing to keep themselves up in the placement points and starting to put themselves well in front of the rest of the pack if they're able to really get any more out of this game. Already breaching that 100-point mark. Athletico may be the one to play spoiler for Archangel Predator. But Killer's going to grab himself an Orm, and in terrain like this, that's actually going to be a very nice pickup.
Yeah, bye-bye to the mini, surely? No.
No, guess not.
I mean, I don't blame him. Obviously, the DMR meta still intact, but wait, did he leave the level 3 helmet?
Yep.
He's like, oh, whoops, I got to go back. I forgot something. I love the little pitter patter of the feet as he sounds like Fred Flintstone running around in the desert of Miramar.
Oof, good shift for Archangel Predator.
Now he's cleaned it up. He's gone back for the whole shebang.
And that could be much to the detriment of Athletico. Killer is looking in that direction. I think, yeah, what he might have actually hesitated on was that he doesn't have an 8x by the looks of things. He's only going to stick with the 4x for that Orm. So
you know what, though,
ideal,
at this point of the game, I don't think it really matters because we're into phase 7. It's not that massive of distances.
Not wrong.
The only thing I would say is then bullets. Like you've only got 18 shots left already as he fired off 2.
Well, there's only 12 players alive.
Well, yeah, but you're not exactly just going to hit them all one time each time. You're going to probably miss a few shots.
Maybe. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. He's not far from the crate either if he does need to go back and pick up the minute. Nordra is going to take Linksy right off the back of that buggy. He'll flush him immediately. Why not? 7 kills now for Buriram United Esports. So it goes prone. He'll avoid those shots. Nordra did a decent job at the anchor at the back. Yep. Well, hey, Jordan.
Well, all I'm saying is the Orm was a good pickup.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, Zoe doesn't know, though, does he? That it's right at the block in front of him. Yeah. Oh, Killer went straight into the nade, though.
It's all happening right now. Extreme has to prone behind a rock. Athletico do at least have both of their players inside the circle now. But not looking like they're in pretty comfortable positions at all. Ferox are sweeping toward the northern side of the map. They might run into Buriram, but for now, Grumps being the closest to them is still below the defilade.
I mean, Grumps is the best player in the lobby, though, right? So surely he picks up a 4K and wins the game for Ferox.
Yeah, I've seen him do it before. Zoidmate does know the Killer's close by, so he's not keen, not too eager on doing anything particularly crazy right now. Carbs might push on in as Extreme does fall down, and now they should, if they've been counting, know that Athletico is down to a solo player. Zoidmate's going to have to do it all for his roster. Gets Carbs. Now in the one-on-one against Killer, but he's going to lose his head pretty quickly straight after that. And so now we're into that top 3. Ferox have made it into the top 3.
Look at the gap, though, now building for Archangel Predator. Oh, there goes Grumps. Ozzy at least gets Carl's. Killer's very low. Going to be eliminated by Colsey, and Nico's picking up 2. That's 10 kills now for Ferox, and down to the final 2 teams in what is a 2 versus 4. Make it a 2v1 now, and Colsey's on 1 health. You couldn't ask for a tougher comeback. I don't think it can get harder from there. 1 health in a 1v4. He does just stand up immediately, though, and sit down Nuordra. I don't think there's going to be much more to come, and there isn't. Winner, chicken dinner for Buriram United Esports. Australia still yet to find a chicken dinner, but Thailand find yet another one. 21 points for Buriram United Esports here on the game number 2 of Miramar for day number 3 of the PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition.
Yeah, but a much better performance from the Australian teams. You can see there, all 3 of them in the top 5. Great news for Archangel Predator, of course, to be able to continue to increase their lead over the 2nd and 3rd place. You know what I always like to talk about with the cycling analogy, Xenox. They're increasing their lead over the peloton. And so for Buriram as well, to be able to pick that victory up, I think it's actually their 2nd chicken dinner of this competition. does give them at least a bit of a fighting chance heading into the rest of this tournament. In fact, yes, it is. They did pick up a win in round 2. It's been a little bit few and far between for them since then, but definitely nice to see them back up towards the top end. But of course, yeah, I think the real winners out of this one, of course, going to be Archangel Predator, because Division X Gaming, who is the next one below them, comes in 10th place, made in Thailand. To be fair, didn't do too much either. Golden Cat also only 8th place. So most of the challenges for first didn't really get too much out of that. And Archangel Predator got a reasonable amount of points.
Yeah, and not only that, though, for Archangel Predator, the teams down the bottom, like the bottom 4, bottom 5, those were the teams that performed the best here. So in a way, I guess you could say it's a reprieve for teams like, I guess, Phoenix and Golden Cat, that those teams like Made in Thailand and Division X, the ones that are maybe 2-3 spots above them, weren't able to have good games either. But it does mean teams like Buriram have now caught up to them. Buriram into the top 5 from what I can see on the updated Wikipedia. So they have been able to leapfrog teams like Phoenix and Fury and even Q Confirm, which have actually dropped to 8th, Jordan. Hard to believe, considering the start over the first 5 games. But let me just say, the start for the 5 games for Q Confirm, and that's it. They've stopped dead in their tracks since then. 11 games in now. So their last 6 games have not warranted sort of the attention we gave them over the first 5 games, over that first night. They've fallen by the wayside completely. They're now 33 points away from first place Archangel Predator. So look, some power shifting here for some of these teams, with Buriram United Esports pushing up, Fury continuing to do well, and teams like Q Confirm, DIC, and Divine to a degree also now falling down.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's really just a symptom of the same problem for Fury, in that they have a relatively decent placement, but they're not able to convert it. They have 4 players alive in what looks like a really, really good spot, and then they get stuck in that bad engagement against Golden Cat, and they're not able to get the players across to where they need to. Ronan even actually salvaged it quite considerably. Like, if he doesn't get that double kill, he goes down there as well, and Waikika Mukau's the last alive. Obviously, Waikika Mukau and Ronan really didn't do too much past that, but they could have even fallen to Golden Cat, theoretically, their Fury. So, I mean, again, like, they just need to be able to convert some of these good positions that they get themselves into, and they're unfortunately not being able to do that. They've had a 2nd, a 4th, and a 4th, but then when you look further past that, they've had a 5th, a 6th, there's actually 2 5ths and a 6th and an 8th. So they're just getting themselves into the placements, but just not quite being able to turn them into really solid games.
Well, we've got at least one more solid game of Miramar to come. That's going to be shortly after the break. 2 games in the book here for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. We're once again back. We've got one more game of Miramar to come, Jordan, and we're still both sitting here praying that we don't go to La Cob.
Yes, I mean, in fairness, we get a bit of a different circle there in round number 12, game 12 of the PCS APAC Charity Showdown, but we have by and large seen a lot of La Cob circles here on Miramar. Luckily, even if we do go to La Cob here, we won't have to deal with that going into game number 13 because we'll be on to our angle. Or game 14, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. That's all that matters. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, the total leaderboard so far. Now, after 12 games played, Archangel Predator still in first place, still also have the most chicken dinners. But look at the stark contrast, Jordan. Of the top 6, everyone has won at least once. And out of the rest of the 10 other teams, only Divine Esports has come away with the winner chicken dinner, sitting in 10th position. Stark contrast indeed.
Definitely. They're not in the of things.
So looking at the standings right now, unfortunately, a familiar story with the Australian teams, Atletico, Team Ferox, 12th and 13th position. But one thing that's not unfamiliar is the teams in the top 3, Archangel Predator, Division X Gaming, Made in Thailand. They continue to dominate. They continue to do well. Made in Thailand didn't quite have a good game, though. Neither did Division X. They didn't have a good game in that last game either. So while they continue to hold their place in the top 3, they unfortunately they don't have a previous game to show for it. And we do have Jordan Mays back. Jordan, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to fix up my camera as well. So if I sound a little bit
That's
like
all right.
I'm not talking about the game for now. There we go. We're all good. Now we can go back to the cameras. Don't even worry about it. Everyone wants to see that instead of the leaderboard, I'm sure.
Please don't.
Either way, yeah, look, I mean, I do just feel like Fury really feel like they should have a little bit more placement points on the board there. Look at them, 48 kill points. A little bit above Phoenix, same as Buriram, but they're just not quite up there as far as the placement points are concerned. And so we'll see how they go here. I know I've been harping on about it a lot, but I'm really waiting to see whether or not we will get that sooner or later.
I'm just waiting for us to get La Cob again one more time, because it is going to be our last game of Miramar for the night. We will have 3 more games of Miramar to play out on Saturday, of course. So it's the Miramar week. Last week we had 3 Erangel per night and 2 Miramar, of course, all reversed for the second week here of the Charity Showdown for APAC. But the last game of Miramar to be played tonight. Of course, 2 more games of Erangel to follow after this, so we're not done anytime soon. Buriram United Esports, our winner in match number 2, and a deserved winner, and now into the top 5 as well. They were a team, there were a lot of question marks coming into PCS, Jordan, because of their recent performances being very subpar over in the Southeast Asian region. But they've been able to turn it around here in PCS. A couple of months ago, they, I believe, won the Thailand League, were a really solid team, but have been slow going since coming into PCS, found at least a switch here and have turned things around.
Yeah, definitely. A big shift again up towards the northwestern side of the map. Now, this time it's not quite as extreme towards La Cobra area as we have seen from a couple of other games.
Yeah, and so Eddie Winchester, I'm not sure how long this is going to last. 2.5 minutes, phase 1, final game of Miramar, match 3. Archangel Predator have probably not been as dominant as they were last week, but head, torso, arm, pelvis, leg. Okay, a lot of it, at least in the head and torso for, what is this, Killer? It just says that, yeah, it is Killer. Okay, I didn't see that part. Need more damage in the head though, Killer. Headshots matter more. Come on. Slow and steady wins the race. Jordan, hopefully you've got your pants on this time.
Yep, just had to make sure. Had to pull the zipper up. I don't know, how do I look? How do I sound?
Sound fine to me.
All right.
I don't know how you look though. I'd rather
Hopefully I
not
sound
check.
and look fantastic, I'm sure. Either way, keep an eye on how Q Confirm go. Now, we talked a lot about Q Confirm over the past couple of days, and still definitely looking pretty rough. They really did have that one good day. Day one was the best one. And unfortunately, Xenox, they haven't been able to follow that up onto day 2, 3, or so far any of the matches that we've seen today, which is, of course, day number 3. Divine do look like they'll get out of here okay. Maximus keeping a bit of an eye on to Turtle. But Turtle's not too eager to get into an engagement at the moment, nor should he be, because really right now, Divine and Golden Cat, fairly center of the circle. Don't need to be doing anything too crazy. Golden Cat will get the rest of their roster back together. Turtle gets the heck out. Wants to rejoin the rest of the teammates, perhaps back up in El Pozo.
Just a reminder as well for you guys watching at home, PCS_map if you want to keep up to date with the live map. Generally quite handy. The IC in 9th position at the moment. Had a very interesting game in the last one, but haven't quite been able to take that next step, Jordan.
Yeah, I guess they're another one of those kind of fringe teams that, very similar to Fury, seems like they probably getting a few more kills than placement points, where, you know, if they can maybe just navigate a couple of the engagements a little bit better, they might be able to get themselves into a nicer circle position and potentially pick up a lot more points off the back of that. Either way, Cerberus was a team that I talked about a little bit at the start of this game. Happy to see a Western shift over toward El Pozo, because it does make their rotation a little bit better than it was for our previous game, game 2 of today.
I'd probably say this match so far has been one of the slower going starts of Miramar. We've had a couple of engagements in the early goings of the matches from last week and so far tonight. One of them being from Archangel Predator in the first match. It's slow going here in match number 3. So we're going to be heading towards the El Pozo Crater Field region once again of Miramar. Not too much of a difference from a lot of the games that we've played on Miramar. Bit of the same. We had a reprieve in the last match, Jordan, going towards Al Azhar. But potentially, and we'll probably find out more in the next 3 minutes, maybe we go back once again to our familiar circle.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a southern shift from this circle, just to get something a little bit different. Now, Ferox very much playing from a similar position to what we've seen from them a couple of times, actually, so far in this competition. From memory, Xenox, it hasn't worked out too nicely for them, playing this sort of 2-2 split on the hills. Something that they're quite happy to do, though, by the looks of things. Nikus and Grumps definitely going to need to be a little careful. There are a fairly substantial amount of dots hanging around in their region.
What a unit.
Leo being one of them.
That's just unfair to man, though. You go from a picture of that absolute unit of Grumps. No one's going to be able to compare to that, Jordan. Nobody.
No. Not even close.
I mean, if we were to put your picture next to Grumps, it'd look like he's about to eat you.
You'd probably need 2 of my pictures.
Probably.
I'm a very skinny guy.
Division X on the long rotation to follow south of Los Leones. They're going to come from close by to Creatory Esports. Phoenix Gaming still hanging about in that top 6. A bit of mixed results so far tonight. Yet to really stamp their authority on any of the matches. Yet to like really stand out. There was that one of the matches in Long Cobb where they were able to get to that final 3. But besides that, a bit quiet.
Dr. Logi might have an opportunity here onto Heisaki, although looks like Heisaki is taking a pretty safe rotation route. Very much out of the sight line of Dr. Logi until he's a little too far away to make anything happen. So he'll be right. Big rotations coming in from Buriram, from Fury as well. They're both out toward the eastern side of the map. Check out PCS_map for the map stream. Creatory and Division X Gaming also the ones that are wanting to rotate in. And both of them, incidentally, will potentially have to go past Archangel Predator, who are one of the more southerly based teams of this circle. So they will be very much like myself, hoping for a southern shift, perhaps for different reasons.
So 44 seconds until phase number 2. We'll find out a little bit more as to how this match is going to play out for our final match of Miramar tonight. Fury Australia was another team that had a bit of a lengthy rotation ahead of them in sight. Nice little 180 back in the right direction towards Lycob. Hopefully the circle doesn't have the same thought process in terms of direction as we head into phase number 2 shortly. Cerberus just kept at bay slightly now from Phoenix Gaming. Not too aggressively. They should be okay. Hisaki's got to be careful. Already half health. Took a few tags. Cool, should be fine. Just throws out a smoke. I'm not even sure if the smoke was really needed there.
No.
Either way, 7 seconds till phase number 2. Fingers crossed, Jordan. I'll just take a south shift. Let's just get as far away from Lycob. That'll do.
Yeah, it wasn't too south. Wasn't too north, really. It was fairly central, actually. Bit of an interesting one. Bit of something different, at the very least. And very
Exactly
much
right.
over El Pozo. So that's something to keep an eye on. Fury, quite up to the northern side of the map. That big, long rotation I was talking about has led them towards La Cabrera again, perhaps getting baited into that area of the map based on a couple of the previous circles. But they'll be happy to see that shift as it's give them a little bit of an easier rotate in. They trade gaming DIC. They've actually run into Made in Thailand. And it's Hon Boya that's going to be a free pickup for DIC. So the woes continue for Made in Thailand after a bit of a rough game 2 of tonight.
An amazing game 1, though, at least means that they can have a rough game 2 and even potentially have a rough game 3. They're 20 points behind Archangel Predator with 8 games remaining. Not impossible for them to surmount to that challenge, but if you have a rough game 3, then followed by a rough game 4, I start to put a few question marks into their legitimacy of being able to catch up to that top spot. Nordra was the bane in the side and of Atletico in the last game. He may just do the same thing again.
They got out.
Doesn't elect to take the shots. Now he will. 3 taps, Linksy. Can he 2-tap Zoid, mate, to go 1 better? No, he can't. Headshot from Zoid immediately. Needs to find a couple more.
Oh,
2 tags will do it after the headshot. He gets the knock on the Nordra. Massive. He can go for the revive onto Linksy now as well. Buriram United Esports do have reinforcements arriving in Canaxi and Addy. But Extreme is close by with Flood as well, just to the left of all of this.
Mikey Kamuka been finished off by Phoenix Gaming in the meanwhile. This is still a dire situation for Atletico. Flood and Extreme need to get on their bikes to help out Zoidmate and Linksy. Otherwise, they are going to be cooked. And Flood already getting knocked down. The SKS coming out from God Meow. It might be a rough end here for Atletico. They don't have the high ground control. Extreme does peg one back, but it's at the cost again of Linksy. And now, Q Confirm get involved with a third party. Extreme is in a very bad spot. And that is the end of Atletico. Deary me, that has gone all wrong.
Disaster for Atletico, but wholeheartedly well played from Buriram United Esports. Nuordra didn't panic at the initial forefront of Atletico rotating past him. He tried to push back before taking shots. He was able to at least trade 1 for 1. Eventually even gets revived after being knocked by Zoid. I think Zoid made the right play going for the revive as Midoro is going to be eliminated by Turtle. Made in Thailand might be on the verge of having 2 rather rough games in a row here on Miramar. As Niku's for Team Ferox. Well, I mean, Ferox have got a massive opportunity now, Jordan, to actually leapfrog Atletico. They've actually been quite decent to start week 2. Turn of events going in their favor. JJ Leo, nice little spin and twirl, but it's not enough to save you from Niku's. Look at that threatening face, Jordan.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to run into that in a dark alley at night. AAP gonna have to push their way on in. They've been keeping an eye on the rotations that are coming in from the southern part of the map, which is Creatori, and in fact, even Division X Gaming behind them. They might have waited a little bit too long. They're going to cop a fair chunk of damage here from the circle. Creatori will just about get in, but they're going to have to keep moving as well. We'll see where this next circle does end up shifting. And it's back toward the northern side. We are still getting that magnetic pull towards La Cabrera. Luckily, it wasn't quite enough in that we are still going to see something a bit different. So very much around towards Crater Field here. That's great news for Fury, who were again towards the northern side of that circle. Ferox Central, so again, potentially a chance for a couple of the Australian teams to put some points on the board. But I think the real winners here are Victim FTF, who more or less control the entire crater.
Due to split left side, north side of Crater Fields, Buriram United can actually make the decision to push towards Q Confirm's position. It's the south side of Crater. Darkman, Esquilucia is still alive for Made in Thailand. Even when they have bad games, they still give themselves the opportunity to potentially turn things around. A lot of attention over towards Crater Fields. Ferox might just get pinched here from Victim from the Future and Golden Cat. This would be not what they would need right now. Kazi, whoever's in that pickup truck with him, needs to just keep moving. It's Grumps, the big unit himself. They'll continue to rotate, and it's going to pay off for them. Not in style, but well, that's probably more worthy of a gold medal than Duckman's effort earlier on. They'll continue to get out of there, and this is much better for Ferox. Man, they don't realize how close they avoided just being demolished there.
Well, maybe they don't, maybe they do, but either way, they're out of there pretty quick smart. Still, not sure that's where they're going to want to end up in that warehouse, because a bit of a hard shift away from them could cause some problems, but very, very central indeed, and hopefully for Ferox it does work out quite nicely. Keeping an eye on Division X, who really kind of feel like they've spent this entire game rotating up, which is sometimes the difficulty when you have a Larkob circle like this. Those teams that drop towards the southern part of the map just are not able to get in the game at all. And finally, they're going to make their way into the circle. Only now starting to take some damage from Levi's and the rest of Divine. Shots don't particularly connect too well. Here's a replay. We'll see what happens to Minoru. Just getting spammed away by Divine. Shots there from Levi's, and well, you're not going to be able to do too much about that one, I'd say.
Of course, that was earlier on for Minoru and Made in Thailand. They're still down to 2 players alive in third position, 20 points behind Archangel Predator. And the good news for Archangel Predator is, well, Division X, Made in Thailand, Buriram, Golden Cat are so far behind them now that the destiny's certainly in their hand. As long as they don't mess up. Well, there was no chance of Jukesy. Not only was he flashed, but he had 3 players running all directly at him. You can't shoot them all at once, and they can certainly shoot you all at once. Ronan can only sit back but watch as his teammate basically gets executed right in front of his eyes by Hong Fo Ditch. And the 2 remaining players for Fury need to group together here as we do head into phase number 4 and over to the west, over towards Cerberus Esports and away from Crater Fields. Look at all those teams that went Crater and Crater Fields that have just now been punished. A lot of them have to rotate out of that region, and there's not a lot of space in this next circle. A lot of flat land, not a whole lot of compounds. About 3 major ones, 4.5 if we include just about everything. And a couple of buildings still on the edge, such as that in El Pozo, which is where Archangel Predator currently position themselves. Division X Gaming on foot as well. They've got QC surrounding them. Made in Thailand's last 2 players in front of them as well.
Yeah, QC are actually going to end up firing a few shots in the direction of Division X. Nautica, a big old whiff there onto Kush. Might well be punished by it, but does have a deflate to play with. It is going to end up being a 3-on-1 right now for Nautica, though, because he is isolated from his teammates. Somehow is still alive as we jump back over to VTF and Golden Cat, who now are in a massive battle for what is one of the really critical compounds in this circle. So far, so good for Golden Cat, though. They've put a lot of damage into VTF. Haven't lost any of their players just yet either. RDK Boss cops a grenade to the face as well. I don't know that VTF are going to be too keen on keeping this fight going.
You can see Tom K in the background there, up there, just to your left of screen, all the way up. He's very low, but he's not really being involved in this fight. Fortunately, Stickstack is going to be able to get RDK on the other side of that fence. Can back it up. It's now 2 versus 2, but Tom K, as I mentioned, not here with the rest of this team. So Stickstack, who's low, getting that first aid kit off. I think, from what I can see, the jiggle, walk, slow, yes, he gets it off. There is Tom K's position. Not ideal, as you can see, has no vision of the compound on the other side where Victim from the Future can go and get those revives. So I'd have to say that really for Golden Cat, they're in a worse off position here compared to Victim, who should be getting these revives off as we have a look over towards Division X Gaming and Divine outside of El Pozo.
Well, Ronan does go down. Canaxi gets knocked by Narada, but he'll be okay, I think, to probably get rezzed. DIC don't look like they're pushing the issue at the moment. Utility's being thrown back on up. Golden Cat will lose Tom K. That's to Duckmans. And as you mentioned, not looking like they're going to be able to Res Maximus at all either. BTF for their own right don't get away for free. They do lose one player and quite a lot of HP as well, but if they can take control of that compound, they'll be pretty happy with the proceedings regardless. Slow and steady wins the race, it seems, for Victim.
Nice spot from Jalman onto Fergus. These tags will land. Jay is helping out as well. Fergus quickly eliminated. Well combined from QC for Horseman. Division X Gaming now down to just one play remaining. And this is what I was saying just a few minutes ago, that Archangel Predator are loving this. Look at that rankings list to your left. Biruram, made in Thailand. Division X are all 2 or less players remaining. That competition that's just below Archangel Predator continues to falter at the waylines. 7 seconds until phase number 5. Central here would be paramount for a chance at Cerberus Esports walk away for a win. And they get not just Central, they get the hard shift. They get the circle. Everyone else is left stranded. Phase 5, Cerberus, you have been dealt a very strong hand, my friends. We'll see if they can capitalize.
Yeah, really couldn't have been hoping for much better than that at all. And that actually really screws over so many teams. The only teams that are really happy about this maybe is Day Trade Gaming, Cerberus, and Creatori. Everyone else is outside of the circle, and they've got a bloody difficult rotation in. Golden Cat, it's just Tinoy trying to survive here against VTF, and he looks to pick up 1 or 2 more kills. He has managed to get the knockdown onto RDK boss, but 30 HP now, backing away. Ferox under pressure from Made in Thailand, but Made in Thailand soon will be under pressure from Q Confirm. It's going to be absolute madness out to the eastern side of this circle, Xenox.
It's already absolutely madness. Can you not see it? Nikus takes a nade to the face from Espelugia. Duckman sprays him down. Following that nade, Made in Thailand have been able to make something from what was a very difficult start. Insight going to be spotted out by Tony, so that's Fury Australia, eliminated in 14th position. Horrible game for the Australian teams here in match 3 of this evening. And Tinoy going to be eliminated by Entry Fragger. Victim from the Future ended up winning that one actually a lot more comfortably than I thought in that initial fight against Golden Cat. Made in Thailand make their move early. You said Q Confirm were going to be on their heels. They were. But Made in Thailand making this move early means that they're not going to actually have to fight them just yet. Maybe later on down the track. Hello, kill feed. And goodbye,
What
Phoenix
just happened
Gaming.
There? Veronica and Matey finishing off almost all of Phoenix Gaming. Either way, Ferox do get a little bit of revenge onto Esquilusia. It's not a great look here for Ferox, though, with having lost 1 player, and they're stuck at the bottom of this fight. QC will be happy to be up on the high ground for now, essentially farming all the teams that are rotating in. Ozzy to fire a couple of shots back in their direction, and Gems has to back away. That's maybe unlucky for Kozzy not to get that knock. There's really nowhere for him to go, and this is the unfortunate reality of being out on the western side of this circle. Like, where can you push? There's just teams everywhere.
Eastern side, Jordan.
Eastern, that's the one, yeah.
Yep.
Never eat soggy Weet-Bix.
Well, fortunately for the teams, it's been a slaughterfest for the top 6 besides Archangel Predator, but they haven't really done a whole lot this game either. Only 2 alive, 1 kill, not even in the placement points yet. And eventually, we'll have to push up into Divine Esports, which, well, they've got 4 alive. But they may have their attention more so directed towards Q Confirm. My goodness, this circle is hard shifted 3 times in a row, all 3 times onto Cerberus. So if they don't win it from here, something's gone horribly wrong. They probably don't have that many kills. We haven't been on them for a while, just basically since everyone's out east killing each other. But surely they come away with a chicken dinner here. And Creatory Esports might just get some placement points too, as Jowman's knocked down on the top of the mountain. Team Ferox eliminated in 10th position. They were in the thick of the action out east. Victim from the Future have done very well for themselves because of the fact that they had that compound, but now they've had to vacate. We'll see how they go on even footing with everyone else. JS Jowman will die to the blue, and Gems will be the last one alive for Q Confirmed. And somehow Jordan Duckman is still alive.
Yeah, not sure how that's happened, and I'm not sure how much longer he is going to survive. Surely he'll get knocked out pretty quick because he is really just running out in the open. Archangel Predator, I think, are going to be lucky to get this revive off, to be quite honest with you, Xenox. CJ, as soon as he gets picked back up, is I'd say he's dead. Like, I don't think that's gonna hurt. That's gonna work for him. No, and it's not. Mad Dog recognizes that pretty quickly as well and books it straight back into the circle. Critical timing there for Archangel Predator, as they're gonna now be running out in the open. It's just Mad Dog. He probably doesn't survive too much longer, and does in the end opt to give it up to the blue. Divine happily, at least for themselves, have managed to get into the circle, but they're going to have Haisaki at their back very shortly. You can see him rotating along this road. Once he gets into position to shoot these two players that have gotten forward for Divine, or perhaps even just throw some artillery in their direction, that nade is looking pretty good. Lands right on top of Namsi, and Haisaki will finish it off with a couple of shots from the Scar. A second nade goes through here onto Levi's as well.
This is the risk-reward aspect of Haisaki's involvement in this. Falls back to the rock, almost gets knocked down. If he had been knocked down, he would have been as good as dead. And then that just lowers the chances of Cerberus winning, even from this very, very favorable position. Duckman finally eliminated by Andrew Fragger. Victim from the future continue to just rack up the kills this game. They're going to shoot up the leaderboard. Had a couple of decent high-scoring games, only once or twice. Everything else has been average. But boy, when they get on a roll, they really have that snowball effect in full play. Nikki has got no chance pushing out of the blue. A lot of these teams have got no chance. If Cerberus don't win from here, it's just a throw on their part. Simple as that. They have to be winning this game, Jordan.
I have to agree with you. And Divine are the only team that really look like they could have potentially challenged them, but they might just be losing the players that they needed at this point. Day trade way too far up to the north really to be too much of a problem right now for Cerberus, who are going to be regrouping their forces in the one compound. It should be a fairly central shift. That's what they're banking on at least, and that's not too bad, honestly. Cerberus, again, will be quite happy to just frag out from this position, so everyone else has to rotate in, has to engage each other. And it really does feel as though Cerberus have been gifted this game by the circle shifts, doesn't it?
Yeah. Look, it happens every now and then. It doesn't happen a whole lot. This is, what, our 13th game of PCS APAC, and it's the only time that we've known who the winner's going to be by, like, phase 4.
Yeah.
And even then, Cerberus still have got to do the job here. Daytrade is still alive. Divine Esports, Teddy's still alive too. Like, it's not completely over, but it just seems to be that these teams are feeding on each other, besides Cerberus, who just are sort of picking everyone apart from a distance.
Yeah.
They're getting these free kills, and they're not really getting involved up close and personal.
Yeah, look, realistically,
yeah, it's over, Jordan.
it's the battle for second place, isn't it, at
Yep.
the moment? Teddy, if he can finish off Nautica and Matey, can potentially grab himself third. Divine are looking likely to be the team that gets second, because even if Daytrade are able to get rid of Teddy, I'm not sure how they get safely into the circle here against Cerberus. Whereas Divine are already pretty comfortable sitting in that warehouse. Go back and have a look at a replay here. This is actually Daytrade, how they finished off Phoenix. Remember, we were so confused about how that happened. Looking at the kill feed, it was just an absolute slaughter. And you can see Matey and Venotica have done a phenomenal job. That's two players that have really just cleaned up all four Phoenix Gaming guys in the better of, like, I don't know, 5 seconds maybe.
And the gap, unfortunately, for Creatora Esports from just the one place above them massively extends now. Cerberus have been cemented to second last on the rankings for a good portion of this tournament, Jordan, and you'd expect now that they might just... Well, I was going to say they might jump above Daytrade, but depending on what happens here with Matey, who does get spotted by Levi's and NamC, I'm pretty sure, isn't he supposed to be in hospital?
Who?
Am I wrong? I don't know. I'll talk to you about it after this. But I'm pretty sure he had his appendix taken out like yesterday or something.
I might have missed that, to be honest. Either way, Cerberus are about to take something out of Divine. I think it's going to be two players. Levi's and NamC really just hoping to get, I don't know, maybe another kill or two here. That said, you know, we've seen some stranger things happen. Let's not count out Divine just yet. If Cerberus do something a little bit silly, there's always going to be a chance that Divine hit those shots that they need to. Although it is definitely looking unlikely. Oh, Heisaki's gone straight into the... He's gone straight into the tree. There was a smoke in front of it. Here goes Heisaki.
They gotta
I mean,
make
I
sure
like
that
it.
they don't get a little bit too overzealous here, though, George. We've seen some things in the past that can go wrong. If Subang gets knocked here, the anchor goes down. 2v3 up close. They've got the circle and a compound. It's not impossible. So Bang's got to be very careful.
Well, they're keeping Subang back. Yeah, you're right. He does need to be careful, but really, I think everyone needs to be careful on Cerberus because if you do lose one or two of these players, suddenly that puts it into a 2-on-2, and suddenly that's winnable for Divine. Haysaki and Smell are, in a way, kind of isolating themselves, although Basil will start to move up and rejoin the team. Slow and steady wins the race for Cerberus. You really don't want to see them doing anything like what we've seen in the past. Some 1-on-3s have gone the way of the solo. So a 2-on-4 definitely could potentially go the wrong way if things go wrong. MC's copying some grenades here. It seems as though they've got a good idea as to where he is. We'll start to fire the shots off onto Subang. I mean, Cerberus are definitely having trouble finishing off these two Divine boys.
I mean, Haisaki, Basil, so careless here out in the open. MC really should be at least getting some shots to land onto Haisaki. They're playing this so overzealously. MC, now he gets into a very easy 1v1, and Haisaki's on the low ground. Luckily, they've got the numbers advantage. That's all Cerberus needed. A little bit worried towards the end there for Cerberus Esports, but they do pick up the winner chicken dinner in the end. Look, I won't sugarcoat it. They had this one probably in the bank since phase 4. Very lucky with the circles. Bias or not, I don't care. Sometimes you get lucky in this game, Jordan. This was their moment to then capitalize on that luck after getting quite a few circle shifts.
Well, it's good to see them capitalizing it. Being able to get 9 kills out of that game as well. It means that they did end up having to take some engagements, win some engagements. So it wasn't like it was a free win, but it definitely was a 50% off win or something like that, because they did get a lot of those circles quite comfortably, but they were made to work for it at least toward the end there. Another disappointing one, though, for Fury, for Atletico, for the Australians. Victim VTF continue their good run so far tonight with another fairly solid placement. And for Archangel Predator, unfortunately also not able to get too much on the board there. So we do still keep things pretty interesting towards the top end of things when you see Archangel Predator not getting the points on the board that they really need to run away with this competition.
Yeah, they haven't really run away with it completely just yet. And it's not unsurprising. In times 20-match tournament, we've seen teams be in a very invincible position in first position by this point in a tournament. Team like Atletico and even Fury Australia, when they dominated the Oceanic region in a lot of aspects last year, would be so far out in front that with, say, 7 games remaining, it would be impossible. This is not the case. Division X, made in Thailand, Buru Ramp. I'd say, I don't know where the cutoff point is. Very debatable. Depends on how things go. Depends on how Archangel continue to go. Cerberus Esports really just get maybe a bit of momentum, a bit of a lift. They get out a second last. And a chance to compete for, I guess, a better pay packet as well now. We'll see if they can continue to perform off of their first win of the tournament.
I do just want to clarify as well what we were talking about with NAMC and the appendix removal.
Yep.
I've just been tweeted and I've been informed that he was discharged from hospital and was cleared to compete. That was about 3 hours ago. So I don't know whether he's discharged 3 hours ago. At least the tweet that came out was 3 hours ago.
That was some commitment.
Yeah. Luckily, they do have a backup player as well, apparently, if he can't continue to play. But things seem to be doing okay for NAMC right now. So thanks, Patrick, for helping us out with that and letting us know.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it. I thought I'd seen it somewhere. I was right. I was correct. But, man, imagine having surgery and then being allowed to play a day later after coming out of surgery. Crazy stuff as we look at the kills and damage. Kozzy from Ferox taking the lead for damage. Incredible. Not in the top 5 for kills, and well, Ferox are in the bottom 3. So I don't know what this says though for Kozzy. In a way, is it almost a bad thing that they're just not capitalizing on his play?
They just keep getting themselves into these awful positions, don't they? And I think in that last round, you can't really say Ferox did anything wrong. Like they rotated center, they got early towards the center, in towards Creative Field, they had that good warehouse, and then bam, there goes a hard shift over to the west, and they're kind of cooked, and they were on the more difficult side of the circle to rotate in. So, I guess in that instance, I do feel like maybe Ferox got a little bit unlucky in the last fight. But I guess by and large, over the course of this many games, you probably do have to say, like, maybe they aren't being able to capitalize on the damage that is being done. Either way, like, it's good for Cozzy to be able to get up towards the top of the damage charts, but if it's not converting into points, then I guess what does it really matter?
It's almost like a individual award in a sense, right? And you see it in a lot of sports where it's like a player from a team is doing really well, has great stats, but the team isn't winning. And for someone like Cozzy, it's like, okay, this feels good. I'm hitting my shots. Am I converting them into kills? Are these kills being converted into team wipes for my team? And where are we, are we capitalizing off this enough? And well, the answer is no, because they're sitting third last, tied now actually with Atletico, both on 54 points and only 2 points above second last place. I don't think anyone's going to fall into 16th by the end of the tournament besides Creatory Esports. I think we can both agree it's been a bit of a rough going tournament for them. We don't know their story necessarily. Maybe there's some issues. Who knows? But they have certainly been the weakest link. But outside of them, I think all other 15 teams have at least had one decent game so far. As we close out Miramar for the night, though, don't go anywhere. We've still got 2 more games of Erangel to be played on the other side of the break. 3 games of Miramar in the books. We head over to Erangel here for PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. Fresh off the win, Cerberus Esports off the bottom to Jordan for the first time in what feels like forever, at least since week 1. Good times ahead potentially for them. But for the teams that perform better on Erangel, they probably feel like good times are certainly right ahead for them.
Yeah, definitely. And a few teams I think are going to be hoping that we see a bit of a scene change there after Miramar as far as how their performances have been going there in the first few games of today. You know, I'm looking at Q Confirm, I'm looking at Fury, I'm looking at DIC. All 3 of those teams haven't had a great day so far. Atletico definitely as well, although they did have at least a half-decent performance in round number 2. Ferox also got a decent game in round 2, so maybe they're feeling a little bit better about how day's going so far. But, you know, there's a lot of teams that have had not too much success when they've really needed it today. And I think at the end of today's Enox is where we're going to start feeling like, okay, these guys are done. These last 2 rounds of today, very, very important for quite a few teams.
Yes. 100% correct, Jordan, with your analysis. Let's head into our 4th game of the night. It's Erangel, where we're going to be heading exciting times away from Larkov, away from Miramar and that sandy place. I hate sand. It gets everywhere. It's coarse and rough.
Don't know where that reference is from.
Wouldn't have a clue.
Nor do not have a clue. Star Trek? I think it's Star Trek, isn't it?
No, that's just our producer who doesn't really know anything.
Anyway, by the way, we jump into match number 4. It is Erangel, and like I said, things need to change quite substantially for a lot of these teams. Keeping an eye there on Atletico dropping into Rozok. Definitely one of the teams that would like things to change substantially. Cerberus, however, would like to pick up where they left off on Miramar. And we'll see how they're going to be able to do that. Again, a fairly central drop location for them. Although probably not one of the super highly contested locations, as they do sort of just loot, I guess, in between farm and the yellows, all of those compounds. Hey, Saki with a big spam and a lot of damage there onto JJ Leo. Likely that he'll actually find this kill, however, and won't. JJ Leo gets out of there okay. Another favorable circle shift for Ferox. They're looting in towards Mansion, in towards Prison. And the circle's gone right on top of them. So maybe they can put another one on the board here if they get a little bit more luck with those circles.
Of course, we can see the map on our screen right now, but if you want to keep an eye on it at all times, go and check out PCS_map on Twitch to keep up for the live map updates throughout this game and the game to follow. Day Trade Gaming been a little bit better today. They've been more noticeable. They've been thereabouts. Veronica, Matey, all getting involved. You mentioned Ferox getting this circle for phase 1. Look, I mean, we've beaten this to death over 2019, especially. Phase 1 doesn't necessarily equate to you performing well for the game, but you take it, considering last week was not so good for them for the circles. Not just Ferox, but a lot of other teams, and biasy there, but Atletico Fury have also not really been dealt a lot of great cards in terms of circle lock. So Ferox will definitely take this. Divine as well, down in Milta, probably happy with this sort of circle, and made in Thailand around the farm region here. As we see them on our screens, 3rd at the moment, still very much within touching distance with 1st place. Archangel Predator, and obviously very close to Division X Gaming in 2nd place. But they do need to step things up. 2 games in a row, they've fallen short of the mark. In fact, well short of the mark. And it's time that they turn things around on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, Archangel Predator have been a little bit quiet today as well, considering how things went for them on day 2, right? 3 first places in a row. So far today, they've managed a 3rd, so it's not been an awful day for them at all. But there are opportunities for some of these teams to catch on up. And obviously, as you mentioned, Made in Thailand is very much going to be one of those teams that will look to do that as they clear out this building. Not a whole lot going on in it, though, so it doesn't seem like they'll have too many troubles. Interesting to see, though, who's like the one that kind of leads the pack here, who's like the entry fragger. And it doesn't really seem like they have any established role there. Honboya was the first one up the stairs, but then Minoru was the first through the door into the next room. Just those funny little intricacies, I guess, to keep an eye on. Either way, here comes Atletico as well. And they are a team that is sitting in 13th place. We even had our reservations as to whether they were going to get much done in terms of moving themselves up the standings going into today. And I think there should be no questions now that they are really going to be sitting probably no better than 10th at the end of this competition, even if things go phenomenally from here.
Certainly agree. It hasn't been a great tournament for them. We've got Blood actually tonight for the interview. And I'm just keen to ask and see what their thoughts were coming into this tournament. New roster. Linksy coming in and joining. He's a high-profile name, but still you've got to have time to mesh and gel. I know they're not the only team with recent additions, but theirs was really recent. Smell with a run over and bang. Levi is just looking to get a pickup from the rest of his team.
Maybe the rest of his team's just going to join him here. Looks like that might actually be where Divine decides to set up shop. Subang does get revived by Smell, as you would at least hope is what was going to happen for Cerberus. Wouldn't have been ideal to start the match off with one player down after just picking up the victory. We get a bit of a look at the standings right now, though. And you can see Archangel Predator up to 109. I think they've actually escalated their lead a little bit over Division X Gaming. I think it was 11 going into today. I thought, okay, we'll need to be a little wary. They might have some company fairly shortly. Flood's creeping around. Teddy is scouting out that compound. I think Athletico probably have a bit of a handle on this now that they've seen those cars driving past. And Teddy could be in a rough spot if he tries to drive like that. And he is. Flood, very sharp indeed. I think that might have been a double headshot.
That's probably just what Atletico need. Just find some frags. Play with a bit of freedom. You're not going to win the tournament. You're not even going to come close to winning the tournament. But aim for top 10. Aim for maybe even top 8 if you play extremely well these next 7 games, including this. And they are a team that, you know, we had high expectations for coming into this tournament, alongside Fury as well being one of those. This is the run over.
Oh, that
I'm
could have
actually
been so much
I'm going
worse.
to blame Bang for that one as just as much as Smell.
Oh,
Now,
no, come on. What are they doing?
no, this is the replay.
I know, but like, how has that not killed him?
Well, because it's going super, super slow. What do you think's going to happen? What is this?
No,
it's not like
mate,
this game is PUBG.
he got thrown in the air and landed. I mean, whatever. He's okay. Let's not get too excited. But goodness me, that was a scary moment.
I mean, we've both seen moments where the UAZ just kind of barely touches someone and they just die. So yeah. I understand what you were going for there. Like, fortunately, it didn't happen this time.
I knew he survived, but I was almost expecting him to die. Even watching the replay, you know? Like, that's how bad it was. Oh, well.
He's safe and sound. Don't worry, Jordan. Don't panic. He's okay. He got picked up. Everyone's happy. We were watching Division X. They've got very strong, long rotation, but I do like where they're potentially going to come in from the north side. Not a lot of action over there. Golden Cat here, pushing over the Novo Bridge.
Oh, it could be a problem.
Could be a problem. I hate to be BM though, but Creatory Esports, I don't think they've actually won a single 4-on-4 exchange this entire tournament. This might be where they get it though, Jordan. This might be where they turn around and cause a massive upset, because Golden Cat is a team that's still vying to win PCS APAC. They're still close enough, sitting in that 6th position. The Creatory Esports, so how much pride is on the line for them that they can get some points here?
I don't know that Golden Cat is actually going to want to see this turn into a fully fledged engagement. I think they really just want to get that rotation and get past Creatory here. Tony, nice spray onto Venotica, and that'll be the end of one of the day trade gaming players, and a buggy for Tony. It's like a special delivery. You know, your Uber Eats your food, but I didn't realize you could Uber Eats a car as well.
Oh yeah, it's not the safest thing to do in PUBG, but it's perfectly viable means of travel. Just make sure you got a gun handy. Day Trade Gaming have been lackluster as well, second last, but in saying that, Jordan, at least the last 3 games, 2nd, 7th, 3rd, with 6, 4, and 7 kills. If we were to just look at them, over the last 3 games and count everything else out, they're one of the top teams. So things can turn, and that's why that gap from second last to last now has increased dramatically over the last 3 games because of that. We do get our circle for phase 2, and Lumbermill. Mill to power, Milter. We haven't seen a circle like this in a very long time.
Buriram will be very happy to see that kind of a shift. So too will Fury and Athletico. They're pretty quick on the rotation. Ferox coming in as well. Divine already in towards Milta, made in Thailand, very close by as well. So a lot of teams going to be pretty happy to see that shift. And what's interesting is there is still a fairly substantial amount of water in here. So we'll see whether or not that's going to come into effect come phase 4. Obviously still a little bit of a wait for that. But it could make the life a bit easier for these teams that are trying to hedge their bets. Heisaki, that is a clean spray. And there goes Jiaoman. Might get traded down by Gems if Heisaki is not careful. But at the very least, Jiaoman is dead, and there's not going to be too much there for Q Confirmed to get picking on up.
Like Cerberus has just sort of found an extra gear that's been hiding from them for like the last 10 games. And now it's like, oh, this thing? What does this do? What does this button do? Let's press it. And now it's like, oh, we're good now.
Yep.
At least over the last 2 games, right? And at least how Heisaki has started off here for Cerberus. Very well, of course, have the opportunity now to go back to back. Only one team has done it, and that was, of course, Archangel Predator on the second night last week. They won both games of Erangel. They actually won 3 games in that night, totally dominating it, and that's why they've got their lead. But you did mention before that the lead you feel like has only increased slightly. Tend to agree, but the teams that are within touching distance, I think, has increased. So while the distance between, say, second and first is about the same, you look at, like, even down to Fury, it's only 33 points. Ganaxi with a knockdown onto Fergus. Division X Gaming have been a bit lackluster tonight. They do not want to lose this fight against Buriram United Esports. God Meow and Buriram have been on point so far in their Miramar games. They look to do the same here at Erangel. Long K for the short K. Pushes up. Noordra, got the flank. He's got him covered. Sapau's covered as well in the woods. This is disaster for Division X Gaming. The team in second place may just get wiped by Buriram. By God Meow. Only one standing. Sapau going for the revive onto MBK. And I think he's about to get swarmed, collapsed on, and annihilated.
There's a very ill-advised push from Division X Gaming. They were in a 2-2 split. One of the players at the back got knocked, and the guys at the front were in the middle of a massive crossfire. God Meow and Nordra have done such a great job, and I think they might just finish off Sapau and NBK here as well, given where the positioning is looking like. Sapau has managed to get knocked on down, but in the end, yeah, look, one player gets knocked for Buriram. Nordra is finished off by Jukesy, so Buriram don't get out of that one scot-free. But the way that that fight ended up going, you could really never expect that Division X Gaming was able to get too much done there at all. So Buriram probably actually a little bit annoyed by that, to be honest, to lose a player like that, because they wouldn't have wanted to take that fight, but they were kind of forced into it. Here comes Archangel Predator, though. And if Dr. Logi hits a nice nade here, that is going to be the end of at least one of their players. Carbs goes down. And there's no chance for a revive there.
And everyone in the game breathes sigh of relief. Waikiki Mukau steals that one. Fury the pinches right now from this game. Stole one from the Buriram fight, now one here as well.
Fury are getting into an engagement at a fairly inopportune time. VTF right in front of them. RDK boss keeping an eye on things, but this is when everyone should be rotating in. Fury do have Jukesy at least on a sort of rotation path, so they might be a little more comfortable. Waikiki Mukau very isolated from the team. But I don't know that you want to get stuck in an engagement here right now, either for VTF or for Fury.
What?
I don't know where that's going to land for Mad Dog.
How did he not land a single shot there with the mini? Mad Dog's going to go down here. This is disaster for Archangel Predator.
How has he managed that?
Great fortunes, though, for everyone else. Of course, you know, Division X Gaming, second place, eliminated. First place, Archangel Predator, maybe on the verge of capitulation. Although, because we're only into phase 3, the Blue Zone's not doing an extreme amount of damage. There is a big opportunity that Mad Dog does get revived here. They continue on with 3 players. If he can't get revived, though, and potentially even worse, Killer goes down here trying to get this revive, massive turn of events for this tournament. JJ Leo is going to be eliminated by Poochills. And all of a sudden, though, this leaderboard, if you're in that top 8, if you're thereabouts, you've got a massive chance with plenty of games still remaining to overtake Archangel Predator. Tony, so close to pushing right into Matey. 74R1, those got him through the window. They had the information. That's why Tony pulled back. 74R1 just said, I've got him, mate. Don't worry. Don't push up just yet. The nade from Anquan. Oh, this is perfect from DIC. I don't think day traders realize what's hit them. Poochil's on the beach like Normandy, dizzy, disorientated, and about to die potentially to IQ 500 of Creatora Esports.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to last too much longer here. There's going to be no Saving Private Ryan-esque performance, I'd say. 1 kill for Day Trade Gaming, and Poochil's in a very, very rough position. Has managed to get to a little bit of cover at the very least. Archangel Predator still sitting out in the blue. Going to be keeping a bit of an eye on things and seeing whether or not there is a safe rotation in here, which there probably won't be, all things considered. But they're going to have to do something. They have to go in somewhere. So CJ, hopefully, as the scout, will be able to forge that path. Let's see where this next circle goes. Now, it should go quite far north, right? Moving away from that water. So Athletico potentially hedging the bets that this is going to be a harder northern shift. Same with Ferox. I'd say Made in Thailand are in the premium position, though. And it seems like that is the case.
No surprise, obviously, due to the water circle setting. I think everyone in this game would have known where that circle's going for phase 4. Not a lot of guesswork required. Operation Save Mad Dog, though, a success from Killer. QC going to push up, take the Wizzy out right in front of Atletico's eyes. And a couple of tags landed by Lynxy. And Atletico really do need to be planning where their next move is from here. Phase 4, they're in the zone, but going down more in a southerly direction is going to prove to be difficult. As they push down this sort of slope, it's going to be tough. They're going to be spotted by a lot of different teams. Those from Milta, those that are close by, like Divine, QC, Made in Thailand. And then close on the south edge of Lumbermill, you've still got Ferox, Phoenix Gaming. I smell a bad game here for Atletico. My senses are tingling here, Jordan. I hope it's not the case, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy for them from this point onwards.
Nope, certainly not. Archangel Predator not going to have an easy time either, as CJ goes on the rotate past a few teams. Has managed to get in okay. And to be honest, there's a bit of cover there for him to play with. Oh, dearie me. He's going to lose his teammates. Mad Dog and Killer. Well, you hate to see it. Unless you're maybe from Divine, then you love to see it. That's a rough one for CJ to cop, though. But if he just goes prone here, hopes for a hard shift, maybe something can happen still for Archangel Predator. But good news for everyone else, because again, Archangel Predator at the top of the scoreboards. They've seen Division X go down already. And if Archangel Predator fall as well, then everyone else's opportunity to catch back on up.
It's just a tank and pray sort of game now for CJ, who's our kill leader, actually. And see if he can maybe find a couple of kills, a placement point or two, and just extend their lead on Division X Gaming. Currently 16 points. If he does go out with 0 points from here, though, they will at least set a marker for the teams from 3rd to 10 that are still in this game, that they can close this gap. Someone from 3 to 10, if they go on and, say, win this game and pick up 10 kills, will be within single digits at the very least onto Archangel Predator. Nikus is eliminated by Greeny. Dr. Logi prone close by to Fury Australia. So on one side of Phoenix, you've got Ferox in Australia. On the other side, it's Fury. Will they just spoil the Oceania party up north near Lumbermill? 50 seconds till phase 5. Fury more keen, though, to push down to this Wizzy Tower. Waikikamu count stops, pops, and takes a few shots, but he doesn't land any. In fact, takes one back. Jump in the air, spin for good luck, and it works.
Yeah, gets into the Wizard quite okay for the moment. Buriram definitely going to be a problem for Fury. Going to be a problem, in fact, for all of the teams that are trying to rotate down if this circle does shift back toward the south. They've got a great viewing angle into pretty much anyone's rotation down off of the hill. Atletico and Ferox getting very close by as well. It's not going to be an easy run down the hill for any of these teams, of course, being even more difficult given that there is that massive field just north of Milta that even once they do get down, if they have to go down, there's not going to be anywhere to go. And this is what you can see now as the problem. Let's see where the shift goes, though. If we're north, it's a completely different story. And that's north enough that I think the teams on the hill are going to be pretty happy with it. Fury just gets a little bit screwed by it because they don't have the Wizzy Hut in. But Atletico and Ferox definitely very happy to see that.
It does mean that they can take the fight, feel more comfortable taking this fight, rather than having to worry about moving away from the blue. Now remember, Ferox had already lost Nikus earlier on. Now Grumps is knocked down by Kush. You mentioned Attic on a third party. They don't care who it is, whether it's Ferox or Phoenix Gaming. They would love to be able to take both here. This could change this game dramatically for Atletico and the future in this tournament for them. If they can win this, they've collapsed, they're surrounded. But for example, if Zoidmate loses this fight to Kush, it can all backfire so quickly in the blink of an eye. They could be down to then 3. They lose a bit of control. They lose vision. Kush, the 1 versus 1. Remember, Zoid is on that ping disadvantage as well in terms of ping, and he's also just turned his back at the wrong time. So unfortunate for the IGL of Atletico. Sometimes it's all about that timing. Extreme's going to hold that angle. Now that he knows that Kush is dead, immediately just one-tap headshot. Unfortunately, Zoid was flushed though, so no chance of a revive. Hungvo ditch. Dr. Logi still remain for Phoenix. To spray from the doorway. Oh my days. He's just rinsed Extreme.
Yeah, and Extreme's going to keep trying to crawl all the way down to Flood. Does he manage to get to safety? I'm not so sure. But this has certainly backfired for Atletico, where they wanted to be that third party. They are now the one that's kind of been crushed a little bit. And Ferox and Phoenix Gaming are quite happy to just hunker down and wait. Kush does die to the blue. Hungvo Ditch won't cop too much damage at all from that grenade. So Atletico do seem like they'll be able to get the revive here, but it seems as though it's really just a case of each team here is screwing over the other's chances of getting a win. Because he does manage to get Hungvo Ditch, who's walking out in the open, and he was quiet enough for long enough that Hungvo Ditch forgot that Ferox was in this house.
He looked a bit like a chicken that escaped his pen, just sort of crouch walking towards Kozi, and he's, well, put him out of his misery. 2 left for Ferox, 3 for Atletico. 34 seconds till phase number 6 is going to show itself. But these teams are within the circle as long as Ferox just take a few steps forward. And as Kozi takes a few steps out of the building, Dr. Logi meets him with a surprise. Look at Sweet Soul, though. Immediately knows that he's probably healing. Oh, never mind, Sweet Soul! That's not it, buddy! Dr. Logi sits him down, gets the double onto Ferox, sends them out in 14th position. Look, it was never easy, Jordan. They had Atletico peppering them. They had Phoenix Gaming right on top of them. But you got to win those.
Unfortunate indeed, as we see the next circle shift goes right on top of Made in Thailand. So we might see another solid performance from those Thai boys again into game 4 of tonight. Atletico do remain with 3 alive, though, to their north. So too does Q Confirm. Buriram on the rotation in as well. So it's not like Made in Thailand. I'm not going to have to contest something here. CJ hanging on for dear life right now as the last remaining player for Archangel Predator. And he's got Cerberus. 4 players from Cerberus as well, just on the other side of the road to him. He'll have to rotate off as well. He's not in the circle just yet. And there's not going to be much of a chance of that. That's a perfect grenade from Basil. There goes CJ. See you, mate.
No points either for Archangel Predator, so that confirms at least 109. That's the sort of the target point. Dr. Logi doesn't last much longer. Immediately eliminated by Buriram United Esports. 11 teams remain at the almost 23rd minute mark here for match number 4. Our first game of Erangel today. We've got one more to follow after this. And it spots Flood, doesn't land those shots though. Buriram United have just switched and flicked a switch themselves, although, wow, a couple of shots from Tonkay just landing right there onto Yadi. God Meow and Kodaxi should be able to save him here. Smoke and revive, he'll be fine. Plenty of time, still a minute and a half until phase 7. Shots, though, do continue to land onto Konaxi. Going for that revive. Might not be safe after all. Change of position. And he's now safe behind the tree and should be able to get that revive. Insight lasted alive for Fury Australia. They've got 3 kills, but Godmeow may not be aware of his position at the rock.
I think he might be, I think he might be worried more so about Golden Cat, and it just looks like he's looking at Insight. We'll see how that one turns out. No, Godmeow did get Insight in the end, so never mind that train of thought. As Fury goes out in 11th. Cerberus, I think, was also eliminated in that meanwhile by DIC. But Made in Thailand, quite happy to hold on to this position. They're going to start getting contested by Atletico shortly.
Oh my God, what is this?
Crept up. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
They know, though. The nade primed from Homboya, ready to throw it at any moment's notice. Never mind. Elects to put it back. Atletico have made very little noise, and not only themselves making little noise, but everyone down in Milta firing. You can hear and see the kill feed lighting up. There's not much noise, but yet somehow Made in Thailand are aware.
No.
Homboya, how did you get that information? Underarm. It's going to go too far because it bounced off of the Dacia. They don't have to move. Linksy still holds at the door. It's a 3 versus 4 in favor of Made in Thailand. GC lose Tino. Immediately Extreme's going to be knocked down on the entry for Atletico. Now it's a 2 versus 4, but Duckman's going to be eliminated by Linksy. Flushed immediately. Makes it a 2 versus 3 currently. Extreme was eliminated. Flood is able to push in, get one at the stairs. He gets a second one. Flood stands up for Atletico. Made in Thailand down to 1 upstairs. It's never mind. It's Minoru who jumped down. He clings them from behind. Even better play from Minoru. Eliminates, wipes, annihilates Atletico. Made in Thailand get the circle, but Q confirmed are not going to allow them to rest. They're going to push up onto this, throw the Molotovs out, and make it very difficult to continue this revive. As soon as he gets up, he goes down. Made in Thailand don't last much longer. Double kill from Gems. What a sequence of play.
What am I watching? That is not just a great sequence of play from one individual team. 3 individual teams make something crazy happen. Flood with the entries, the trades back down from Minoru, and then Golden. Oh no, it's Q confirmed that ran in there. What a great Molotov getting thrown in. Perfect stuff from all 3 of those teams. In the end, it is going to be Q confirmed that's very happy with how things have turned out there. And they get control of the prime position. It's Divine and DIC who are fighting over the scraps down in Milta, and this is just a dead fight, really. It's not in the zone. There's no reason to be taking this engagement. They both need to be getting into the circle. And Nicky's going to be calling that as well. And I think that's worked out probably okay for Divine because they do still have 2 players back up to the north. So not all of their players are really confirmed in this position. And Levi's might even be able to pick up 1 or 2 free kills, maybe more with the help of Nicky here.
Levi's knocked down and going to die subsequently because of the blue as well. Tony trying to make his way out of the smoke. No, he's gone for the revive. That's ambitious. I mean, that blue's got a long way to move as well. I don't think you're getting that revive off. And Buriram United Esports now onto a killing spree with 10 kills. Their night continues to transition from Miramar onto Erangel, a team that was outside of the top 10, Jordan. They're gone 4th, 10th, 1st, 15th, but a lot of kills. Actually, yeah, they're very inconsistent, but when they do well, they do very well. 2nd, 4th, 1st in their last 4 or 5 games, and another top 3 finish here.
Ram into the top 3, rotating on in. With a pretty good chance as well, having 3 players alive. They don't control either of the compounds, but there are a fair amount of def loads to work with, and they have got center circle now as well with that shift that we're going to see. Inevitably, if they wait long enough, Q Confirm and Divine are going to actually have to push into them once we hit the phase 9 circle. I don't know that Q Confirm have a great idea exactly of where Buriram are. They're still kind of scoping out the house that Divine was in as well. Probably a little quiet on the info at the moment for Q Confirm. The same for Divine, really. Things have slowed down quite substantially.
It's a very eerie silence, isn't it, around the map at the moment. 7 alive, yet no one making any noise. 3 alive for Buriram United, 2-2 then for Divine and Q confirmed. So everyone in this game still in it. Probably feels like they can win from this position. 13 kills for Buriram. I'm not sure exactly what the kill record for at least PCS APAC is in this tournament. I see a 13. I'm not sure if I see more than that. But even that 13, that was actually round 1 all the way back in the first match, Jordan. And that was a 3rd place Q confirmed. There you go.
That was in game 2. I think that's the highest from what I.
But that wasn't a win either.
No, that was the 2nd place.
Yeah. I bet that, I guess it's some bode well for Buriram, right? Apparently, if you get a lot of kills, you don't end up getting that chicken dinner. Regardless, they've moved up into 2nd place. I'm flabbergasted that has transpired tonight. JS spots an MC just sitting in the prone near the tree. Easy kill for QC4 Horsemen, who've taken this compound where we saw so much transpire between Made in Thailand, Atletico, and then, of course, QC towards the end. And I won't lie. When that fight happened, I thought whoever was going to win between Made in Thailand and Atletico may have just gone on and won the game. Too much damage was done, though, both ways. And then, of course, QC came in and cleaned up anyway. Bureau Ram have the numbers in a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Phase 9, Blues moving. Here we go. And I'd say for Nicky, he's got the worst task ahead of him.
Yeah, Nicky's the one that's in the roughest of positions, isn't he? He's just going to have to make a run and hope to make it work, or stand and deliver. And he'll have to deliver something pretty special. Jayers priming a grenade. You can see going to throw that straight on down into Nicky. Follow that nade. Has gone pretty deep and does a decent amount of damage to Nicky, but not enough to finish him off. Here's some more. 14 HP goes for Nicky, and he's going to sit on that defuse kit. Defuse kit? Med kit. Slip of the tongue. Either way, Nicky definitely not having a fun time here at all. And I'd say he surely goes down, but can he cause the damage to QC that makes it an easy victory for Buriram? So far, he's actually being enough of a problem that Buriram are really quite happy with how things are going so far. And that was a nade, I think, that's gone straight in from Buriram on top of Jayers. Kanaxi gets that knock. Gems finally gets rid of Nicky. But it is a 3-on-1 now, Xenox, and I'm not sure that you can get out of this one alive as Gems.
Certainly not. Buriram United Esports were in 4th position. 84 points when we started this game. They're not going to be in first just yet, but they are now a challenger to the throne of Archangel Predator. Winner, chicken dinner. They pick up their 3rd win, 15 kills as well. The most points gained, I think almost close. But definitely the best kill win performance that we've seen so far. And Buriram United Esports, Jordan, let me just take us back to the first 5 games. They came 13th in game 1. Then they got a win, a surprising win. Only 6 kills in that win in game 2. Then 13th, 11th, 14th, and 9th for the first 6 rounds. They were looking quite bad. They were in the bottom 7 or 8 teams. Since then, they've turned it around. And they are in 2nd place.
I do have that interesting piece of information for you, Xenox. You were wondering, were they going to make it into first place? At the moment, it actually looks like Buriram is currently now first place by 1 kill. It's 109 points for Buriram and for Archangel Predator. They're tied as far as points are concerned. Archangel Predator, though, have 1 less kill. So that's the difference at the moment between the top 2 teams, which is fantastic. You know, we're getting really, really close between those 2, and then there's a few that are pretty close by as well. DIC Divine getting some pretty important points on the board there. Q Confirm finally with a fairly solid finish in one of these games. You know, they were so consistent on day 1, and they've been really lacking that into day 2 and 3. But maybe they can come good here on Erangel towards the end of tonight as well. Who knows? Again, rough stuff for the Aussies. Rough stuff for the Indonesians, Victim VTF, and for Archangel Predator from the Philippines, also a fairly rough game. Division X also going to be disappointed by that. Not only have they now lost 2nd place, but they've also lost 3rd. They've gone down to 4th. So that's pretty rough indeed. And they've got a lot of catching up to do.
One thing we didn't really touch on, 7 total points for Creatory Esports Jordan. They had 13 coming into the game, so they actually got half of their points that they had in that one game. That puts them up to 20. That's a bit of a shining light on what's been a very unfortunate tournament for them. And I hope for their sake, over the remaining 6 games that we have, of course, 1 tonight and then 5 on Saturday, that they can find a few more points and really try and lift that point tally up. As you said, Buriram United Esports now tied with Archangel Predator. We'll have all of that leaderboard stuff on the other side of the break. And, you know, going into the final game of the night, we'll discuss that more. But the thing that I love more than anything is, you know, I'm looking at the Liquipedia page and I'm thinking all the way down to 11th now. Victim from the Future, 76 points. Is only 33 points with 6 games to go away from the top 2. That's not that bad. 25 points was just gained in that last match by Buriram United Esports. If Victim from the Future can have that sort of game, all of a sudden they are now thereabouts to the top 3. We've got one more game to go for tonight. It's been a very intense night. You don't want to miss this final game of Erangel.
need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing
You would rather go extinct.
than to ever leave.
The battle for first is certainly heating up. Bureau Ram United Esports tied now with Archangel Predator. We've got one more game to go here for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC edition. Jordan Mays to my right, technically, I guess, looking at the screen. It's been an amazing bunch of games tonight. We've had some action on Miramar. That wonderful sequence of events on Erangel between Made in Thailand and Atletico, certainly my favorite of the entire tournament thus far. So in terms of action, we've had it all.
Yeah, definitely. That was a pretty phenomenal passage of play. If you're not sure what we're talking about, I think ESL Australia posted it on Twitter, so go check that out. Either way, having a look at those standings, that leaderboard, and you're talking about the fight for first place. It's shaping up quite nicely. 109 points there for Buriram and for Archangel Predator, but you will see the key defining difference is that Buriram have that 1 kill point over Archangel Predator, and that technically is the tiebreaker. So we'll see how that goes as things develop, but very close indeed towards the top end of things. And then, as you also mentioned before we went into the break, you know, like it kind of goes all the way down to maybe 7th, 8th kind of place, even 9th even for Q Confirm now that I look at it. 86 points on the board. They're, as you say, pretty close within the realms of possibility of pulling that back if they have a couple of good games. So, look, I think for someone like Q Confirm, we're going to need to see a massive shake-up. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they've really only had that one good day, which was day one, and they're kind of getting carried by those points. But if they can kind of bring that day one form back in on Saturday, it could be a completely different story.
We're not at Saturday just yet, though. We've still got one final game of Erangel to be played out tonight, round number 15 of 20. And I've got to say, Jordan, we've both casted quite a few leagues of PUBG. This is probably the closest, with 5 games remaining, that I've seen a leaderboard in terms of not necessarily like a top 3 or a top 2 closeness. I'm talking just like from 9th to 1st, anyone can still win. Dependent, of course, on how games play out for those teams. Even a team like Fury Australia, 10th position, 79 points, 30 points, 5 games remaining. I'm pretty sure the comeback that they had all the way back for, you know, when was it? The beginning of last year, right? For the Face It Global Summit. I think even that was a harder comeback.
Do you know what I think a lot of that is, right? Normally we talk about a points sponge, someone that used to be first place by miles and was taking all those points away from the other teams. I think we've got the exact opposite of that in Creatori, where they've essentially given up all of their points and everyone else, as a result, has a much larger share of points to play with. Like, if you would have seen another 20 points or 30 points go the way of Creatori here, you think about how that could have changed things for those sort of the middle of the pack teams for maybe Division X, Divine, Phoenix, DIC, Golden Cats. Take 4 or 5 points off of all of them, and it looks like a much different kind of a standings.
That's certainly true, but also on the flip side, right? Like the bottom 5, Atletico, Cerberus, Ferox, Stage Rate, they've still got a decent amount of points, like 59, 58, 56, 53, right? So where do you sort of draw the line and say, okay, Creatori Esports have given up a lot of points, but in terms of soaking points, those bottom 5 teams are still performing. They're still playing well. They're still making it very difficult for these top teams. RDK started tonight with an absolute blinder on Miramar in the second round, round 11, technically.
Yep.
Since then, though, Victim from the Future have been a bit quieter. I think it's fair to say. It's certainly quiet here on Erangel.
Early rotation coming across from Made in Thailand. On the boat is Duckman's, which you would think maybe he could just swim, being a Duckman, apparently. Not what is in the wheelhouse, but he's across regardless, and he'll be fine. Unless Fury decide to look in his direction, then he could be under some problems. Look at the puffs of dust that he's kicking up. That's the movement speed being put on there, boys.
It's the sneakers that he's got too. You know, he's got some high fly sneakers. Gives him that extra speed and bounce in his step.
Yep.
This is just going to get picked up by Minoru though.
Ooh, Subang. Looks like Made in Thailand and Cerberus have a very similar rotation path at the moment. I wonder where they're looking to end up. It's not going to be towards school, surely. Not going to be towards Rozok, but they're definitely headed in that direction. Greeny from Phoenix Gaming is just going to ensure that they won't end up in apartments, although I'm sure that for Cerberus, that was not the intention anyway. Good early rotations coming in from Atletico, Archangel Predator getting fairly central, although I guess for Archangel Predator, they do drop into Gatka Fields.
I don't know. Did Atletico loot Ruins Watertown instead of Rollsock? I didn't quite see it, so I apologize if I'm wrong, but it looked like they're looting.
I mean, they do normally loot Rozok, and it's a fairly short hop, skip, and a jump over to Watertown and Ruin, so it wouldn't have been surprising to see them go for that early rotate. Zoidmate might be under a bit of pressure here, though, as Smell just drives right in his direction.
Oh, man. It just feels like for Atletico, they can never catch a break. Maybe it's better that Zoid obviously just doesn't take these shots because it's a 1v4. You can maybe find one, but then it's not worth it because then everyone's going to stop and try and get a bit of payback.
Yeah.
He's just making sure no one had got out. It's not like, sometimes you pull up and one person gets out of a vehicle and then they try and sweep Ruins. And that's what Zoid's just being careful for. On Boya. And I was thinking, you mentioned where they're going. I was thinking the yellows, which of course are no longer yellow now, was potentially an area that they might elect to go to. Now I wish I had said it because it would have looked like a clairvoyant. Easy one for Linksy. What? And I'm sure Linksy probably just said the exact same thing. I don't know how he doesn't win those. Extreme can't either against Homboya. Speechless, Jordan. Yeah, take it.
I don't know what to say either, Xenox, but it is what it is, I guess. There's not a whole lot that you can really do about it. They are playing from Australia. We will remember that. I won't touch on that too long, but yeah, I guess that's how it is. Anyway, Zoidmate and Flood, or not potentially Zoidmate and Flood, maybe just Flood. The last one's left alive here for Atletico. It's not looking too good at all for them. Cerberus keeping an eye on things. Zoidmate is knocked on down. And I can't really see Atletico getting much out of this one. Flood even has got Phoenix Gaming headed in his direction as well. Look, I think the name of the game for the Aussie teams at this point really is just to try and avoid fights at all costs. Play for those placements as long as you can. Only take those engagements when you really have to. Oh, Konaxi! He's jumped off the bike! Oh my god, what's going on there? Did he do that on purpose? I don't know, but he's fallen off. He's dead. Divine is just going to go grab themselves a point, drive on past. Buri Ram won't be able to save Konaxi here. That's rough.
So apparently, I'm just looking at the rankings, Jordan. Have you noticed what's happened? Oh, never mind. It's already just been fixed as soon as I brought it to attention. It's all good. Well, I kick a boot count with the knockdown onto Castel, driving by. Well, you mentioned Creatory Esports feeding points over to teams. Now it's Fury's turn. Oh, don't lose this one, boys. Not to Creatory Esports. Insight knockdown early. How is Creatory still standing right now?
I'm not sure. Liking a move count, definitely struggling to hit IQ 500, although he is now in a smoke, so there's maybe something to come from that. Ronan's down on the ground here as well. Juxi seems to be the savior for Fury at the moment as he does finish off Reality, gets the knock onto 1405 as well. And IQ 500 should cop some damage from that grenade. Doesn't relieve enough pressure here for Fury to get that res onto Insight. They're going to need to be very quick, and I don't know that they can get to Insight in time. Knock does go out, finish off onto Creatory, so that's some much needed points for Fury. Just waiting to see whether Insight gets picked back up, and looks like he will. Juxi's there just in time. Insight on a sliver of HP, but they get it done.
Messy though, right? I mean, you'd think Fury would have been able to clean that up a lot cleaner, considering the fact that Creatory Esports were basically out into the open. I know that Fury didn't have direct line of sight, like head to head. They did have to sort of peek over it just a little bit, but they were in the better position. They had the vehicles. And also Creatory Esports being the team that's, dead last, kind of expected Fury to sort of make mincemeat of them. But in the end, it's not about how it happens, Jordan. It's the end result. And they got all 4 kills. And all 4 alive, too.
That's the important factor, getting all 4 alive. But it is going to mean a late rotation into the circle for Fury. So where they've picked up 4 kill points, they may lose potentially those in placement points. But I guess right now as Fury, you're really just going to be happy to pick up whatever you can at the moment. Day Trade Gaming will get themselves a little compound to play with in the Gatka field. Looks like Division X Gaming up on top of Everest. You can see some traces being fired out there as well, which is quite a cool little sight. But Division X Gaming actually really control just the entire northern side of the map. So if we get a northern shift here, things could get pretty interesting. A lot of teams congesting around Ruins, around Gatka Fields, even around Pachinki. And Made in Thailand, of course, is one of those teams that's holding in toward the yellows, just to the south of Ruins.
Well, you said congested. It looks more like sardines packed into a tin.
Ooh.
Circle doesn't help a lot. That are further to the west. Victim from the future. Day Trade, DIC. Down south, Gakka Fields, Golden Cat. Going to have to get rotating early. For Bureau Ram, I don't think this is too bad. They can rotate through Potato if they want Jordan, and then it's pretty open for them.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine what this circle could have been like for Atletico had they had all 4 players alive. This was a perfect heart feed for them. But Flood's the last one. So not much you can really do about it. Cerberus have set themselves up nicely in Ruins. Maybe they're going to be copying another feed like the one that we saw on Miramar. Made in Thailand are there as well. DIC, though, have run into Archangel Predator and talk about how big of a challenge it is for teams to catch up to first place. That is not going to help giving Archangel Predator a couple of points on the board. Buriram will not be pleased to be seeing that at all from DIC. And might not just be 2 points then, it might look like it's going to be 4 points. Because all of DIC seem quite keen on dying there.
And it's like the double-edged sword as well for DIC. Not only are they potentially going to go out, but then they're feeding points over to the team in first place, extending that gap, making it harder for themselves to then potentially overtake them. Here's the push from Day Trade Gaming. These yellows are certainly important. The nade is not really going to be that impactful. Flash knocked out immediately. The nade, though, secondly, followed up by shots from Duckmans. Will get Flash and Matey both down. And the push unsuccessful from Day Trade. Duckman just lasers Venatica, though. Day Trade have come up really unsuccessful now. Puchel's last one alive. Does he maybe just try and get a flush onto Duckman? He does get the knockdown. Does he just quickly run over, try and be a bit cheeky and get a flush? No, he falls back, expecting the push from Espalugia. Just sprays him through the bush like he just don't care, even though we can hardly see him. Look, where are you going to go from there? There's nothing he can do. Puchel goes down. Annihilation, 6 kills were made in Thailand. And to the top 3, solidifying their position closer towards Buri Ram and Archangel Predator. They are looking good tonight, made in Thailand, and they're looking like they're making a push towards that top spot going into the last 5 games.
Definitely a much better performance from tonight for Made in Thailand. They did leave a lot to be desired on day number 2, but that has certainly turned around here for day 3. And we are in that final match, so they'll be looking to pick up as many points as they can, keep themselves in a stone's throw distance of Archangel Predator and Buriram. They're going to be in a good spot to do it as well, depending on where this next circle does end up shifting. Fury on their way in. Ronan gets a knock onto Maximus, so that's some more points on the board for Fury. This game's starting off quite nicely for them. 5 kills. Circle positioning isn't looking too comfortable, though, for Fury, so that's going to be where I think things might come unstuck, if at all. But for now, going is okay.
I mean, they've got the farm buildings as well across the fields here on Pachinki, which is decent for now. But they probably will require a south shift for phase 3 if they're going to elect to stay here for much longer. They're split 2-2, but that's okay. But then I think you would rather probably have Insight and Ronan a bit more north. Maybe even I'm actually a little bit surprised the buildings, the compounds, I should say, north of Pachinki haven't been taken. As you can see on the map now, do get our circle shift, and it is going on to Ruins and Watertown. And Atletico, as you mentioned before, Jordan, you bring up a good point. They haven't had a whole lot of circle luck. Well, this would have been their game to have that circle luck. Just unfortunate that they got pushed so early when they were split, and it just didn't work out for them in the early game. Flood's still alive in Watertown with Phoenix Gaming. He's blended in. For now, it's a team of 5 over there, but Buriram United Esports push up to one of the compounds I was talking about, and they will take it here in this circle, and it's actually a really good spot to be for phase 3.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely seething watching this as the Atletico boys, because like you said, this is their game. It should have been their game, but it is not. Maybe Flood can salvage something. It's Golden Cat that have rotated into Pachinki. They're going to have to go a little bit further than that. So too are many teams. Divine is hanging around here. So is Q Confirm. And Fury have rotated out. They've gone down south. They're taking the long scenic route around into this circle. Archangel Predators hanging around too. Division X Gaming are the team that might be ready to gatekeep a few from the west. Ferox being one of them, headed in their direction, and Fergus has an early little bit of insight onto that, hearing that rotation coming in. Should spot Grumps out at the rock, and he'll see Sweet Soul driving in as well. So this could be pretty bad for Ferox. Oh, he's giving away his position though.
Intrigued to see how this is going to play out. Ferox took a shot, now just Fergus. Ferox. Gave away his position, like he said, but still eyes on Ferox's location. Division X Gaming just wanted to group up, and that's the smart play. I was intrigued from the start of it because I thought potentially there was a chance for Ferox to maybe kind of split Division X Gaming away from each other. That's not it.
That's not what you want to be
Wait,
seeing.
did that just flip back immediately? That looked like it was going to stall out.
Yeah.
He's landed it. It's been the night for these gymnastic performances from the vehicles. Jukesy has his turn. Now they go sliding and fishing around. It's not going to spell well. Oh my god. Yeah, look. I would say they were pretty lucky from the start to even get to that position in the first place, Jordan.
I don't think that Fury's going to get out of here, though. How Jukesy survives, I've no idea. He's sitting in the smoke.
No, they're dead.
No, they're done. Fury's out in 14th. That's pretty rough. Just rotating in a little bit too late and rotating in through one of the most congested areas of the map. If they would have gone up through school, gone up through Rozhok, they could have driven into Watertown right behind Phoenix Gaming. No problems at all. But they've gone through the wrong side of the map, unfortunately. And that's the end of not one, but two, as you say, Australian teams. The last remaining survivor is going to be Ferox. Sweet Soul is shooting at Tyre, I guess, maybe? Couldn't really see.
You know what, though? Like, this is, biasy aside, they're so much more impactful for Fury because they, coming into this game, still were in a massive position to compete for the top three. They would have known that as well. Going out this early, not getting anything from this final fifth game of the night, 5 games remaining now. Everyone above you is going to improve on the rankings, makes it harder. You were already 29 points behind first, but if you had have been able to get, say, 10 to 15 points, maybe even just 5 to 10 points, just something, you go into Saturday with a chance. Now, I'm not counting them out. I still think even with 5 games remaining on Saturday, Fury can compete for easily a top 5 position. It's only 7 points from Divine. But this just makes it that little bit harder. When teams like Atletico, Daytrade, Creatora, they go out, look, they're done. Their day is done in terms of being able to compete in this tournament for the top 5. It's less impactful when they go out. But Fury, 14th, nothing. They picked up 2 kills, I think, and that was about it. Victor from the future trying their luck now, rotating past the Archangel Predator, who have at least stepped up here in this final game of the night. How is he alive is the question, and hopefully the answer shortly will be that he doesn't stay alive much longer, and he doesn't.
Does not indeed. Teddy and Man might be under a bit of pressure here as well from Mad Dog Grumps. What's just going on there? He's just driven into him. He's alive. They're all alive. I don't know what's going on. Ferox is on the rotate as well. Everyone's on the rotate. No one wants to be involved here. Grumps gets blown up, I think, here, and he does. Just absolutely blitzed out of the server. See you, mate. Great observing, by the way. That was fantastic. And VTF, I don't know where they go from here, but they probably are cooked. So too is probably Ferox. Archangel Predator have set themselves up, and they're going to snipe down a few of these kills before they move on.
For whatever reason, this Phase 4 circle has just brought on a lot of carnage.
Insanity.
Mad Dog in a prime position. The rest of Archangel Predator in a prime position to send Ferox packing here. They've had a much better night tonight, Ferox. They should probably be pleased with how they played in comparison to last week, but just not enough to really keep them, say, with the top 10. Cozzy's been amazing, though, and I think for an individual player, how you feel about how your games are going, he's got to feel happy that, okay, I'm franking out, I'm playing well. Obviously, he'd be preferring that the team's playing better, though.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, he gets a knock onto CJ, so it seems to continue here for Cozzy. Unfortunate reality is, though, that he's not going to get out of this alive. They're not inside of the circle. He's a solo right now. He's surrounded by 3 teams now that Division X Gaming is coming into the picture as well. NBK just decides to jump out of his Dacia, wants to find some frags and won't. There goes Teddy as he gets knocked by Sapau. And QC are really reaping a lot of the benefits from it. They've picked up 3 kills already. They're seeing a lot of these teams fall. Cozzy trying to survive. Has to go back over the hill and does look to have survived for the moment, but still under pressure. Gems is actually firing at him. completely ignoring Carbs, and eventually Cozzy just has nowhere to run.
We'll see if it backfires, but the top 8 are all going
He's
to
gonna
just
get aggressive.
push and
Yeah.
pull away from the bottom 8.
He wants to try and finish off Jowman, but just doesn't really have the time for it. Division X Gaming now have spotted him out, and there's only so much fancy footwork that you can put in here. Maybe he's lucky if QC peek back out and start putting some pressure onto Division X Gaming. Decides, you know what, I'm just going to... Oh, no, I'm not going to prone down here. He's got a better position, actually. I mean, Carbs, I have no idea how he's still alive. But he's putting in some work right now for Archangel Predator. Does seem like Sapao is going to go on the hunt, though. And unless Division X gets third-partied here by QC, I can't see this ending well for Carbs.
Ooh. It's a bit lucky there with the bounce. It could have hit the top of the dust here and bounced down a little bit. That's going to be just short of the mark. I think did 29 damage. It did. 6 kills for Archangel Predator, close to the placement points, but not there just yet, especially if Calbs does go down here. That'll mean only 8 teams remain, so he'll be the one that goes on the bubble. And the push is coming from Long K and Sapao. And Sapao does find Calbs. 9th position for Archangel Predator. 6 points gained, but no placement points. 115 points with 5 games to go. They lead for now, but only for now, Jordan, especially when you've got 2nd to 8 all still in this game. It's very likely they may not be in first place to end the night.
Buru Ram definitely looking like a team that might be in first place because they're center circle. They have a few players alive. It doesn't look like anyone's really contesting them at the moment. It's battles for the extremities. And Buri Ram have set themselves up on an island in the center of the circle. Here is one of those battles. NAMC, what a great grenade onto 6 sacks. And Nicky will opt to push off of the back of it. He was flashed for a second there, but he's okay for now. And 6 sacks does go down. Now, you have to be aware for the rest of the Golden Cats players coming from Church. That's already a nice position being taken by Divine. That bowl, so good to play from.
Levi's with a knockdown onto tonight. Divine currently in 6th position, taking this fight against 7th position Golden Cat. Expect to see a lot of those fights for this final match here tonight. Golden Cat eliminated pretty quickly. NAMC with an 8. Appendix or not, he's still fragging out. Oh, never mind. Gets fragged by Gems, who just pokes his head up for a little bit of time. 5 kills now for QC, 4 Horsemen. They push up. The nades out from Jayers. The circle, though, right on top of Division X Gaming, and still made in Thailand at the Yellows, where potentially in another universe, it would have been Atletico residing there.
Well, this could be some really critical points on the board for Q Confirm. They have managed to get that confirmed kill onto NAMC, but it seems the call has been made now to just slow down this engagement. Gems and Jay is backing off a little bit. Divine also not too eager to take much of a fight right now. QC are fragging out this game. They're putting themselves up the scoreboard again. You know, this is a chance for them to go back into day number 4 on almost first place. You know, they're probably not going to get quite up there, but bring it within 5 to 10 points if they get a win. They've got 4 players alive. They're already dealing with Divine fairly comfortably. Division X Gaming, who is the next team that they'll have to deal with, is already down to 2 players. So maybe a chance here for Q Confirm as they continue to put that pressure onto Divine. Jayers up close, Gems sniping, and Svit and Jowman quite far back. But a nice setup for QC, and there's just nowhere that Divine is going to be able to go.
The best that they can do is if they can get Jayers, who's pushing up close right now, he's got to be very careful that he doesn't get knocked because it could open the door for Divine Esports to then push onto Gems and Svit. Jowman's crossing the road. He's trying to get a bit of control towards the center of the circle. So QC4 Horsemen are making movements inwards for their future here rather than being short-sighted and focusing everything onto Divine. Now being pushed upon is made in Thailand by Cerberus Esports. Su Bang finds Hung Vo Ditch behind them. Dr. Logi and Kush out to their far east. Made in Thailand have benefited so much from that initial push onto these Yellows where they cleaned out Atletico. They've held firm. They've been able to rack up even more kills. They've been able to get these circles and they hold their 3rd place on the rankings. They could potentially find themselves in first to end the night. Addy from Buri Ram United does get Dr. Lochi. Phoenix Gaming should be out soon, and I think Divine will follow them as well. Kush is only just sitting in the smoke, living up to his name, Divine with 2 just outside of the circle being pressured by the blue. But it's this push here that's going to be critical. Basil knocked down immediately by Esquilucia. Subang pushing a little bit further back. Smell Alexa now start to clear these buildings. It's a flashbang that does land onto Duckman.
Yeah, this is a crazy engagement here for Cerberus and Made in Thailand. They're essentially isolated on their own island. We get the split screen, both of the fights now. Made in Thailand will push forward, so too will Divine. And what Divine need to be aware of is that Q Confirm is coming up from their backside as well. So even if they deal with Buriram, they're going to have the 4 horsemen to deal with them very quickly indeed. Back to Made in Thailand, never mind, back to Buriram, who inevitably do get knocked out, and so too does Divine. It is going to be Q confirmed. Quite happy with that. And it wasn't all of Buriram. It was just Nordra. So God Meow still alive. Buriram hanging in there. But this is looking good for Q confirmed. They control the high ground. They're not in a position where they have to take any risky engagements. And Made in Thailand, who is at the moment probably their biggest threat with 4 players left alive, is in this really awkward engagement with Cerberus.
It's imperative that Made in Thailand come out of this with all 4 alive to increase their chances as they then have to push out into the next circle. Very likely that they could achieve this feat. Minoru with a knockdown onto Smell at least makes it even easier. Flashbang's not going to connect the way he thought it would connect. Saki just spots Minoru. Oh, he got baited and then spit with the third party from Q Confirm. That's not going to help Cerberus. It's going to help everything from Made in Thailand's way. 11 kills, 4 alive. But now time to get moving. Q Confirmed certainly will have eyes on this location of Made in Thailand. Buriram, you still have God Meow up. Division X with 2, Sapao and MBK. And as I mentioned multiple times, the top 8 benefiting a lot in this game. Well, now we've got 4 teams that have all cracked triple digits. Q Confirmed could yet be the 5th as well later on. Sapao cannot land these shots. Duckman continues to dodge bullets like he's Neo.
Suck water off a duck's back. Made in Thailand pushing up onto Division X Gaming, and if they're able to get rid of these 2 players, MBK and Sapao, without losing anyone, could be a big deal. Now, Buriram, God Meow, he's given up those points to the blue, which is pretty critical given how close things are at the top end of the scale. And 4 horsemen, Q confirmed, are now recognizing that this is their time to frag out. This is their opportunity, and off they go. There goes Minoru, there goes Sapao, there goes MBK, and we're into a 4-on-3, favoring Q Confirm for the win in match number 5 of day 3.
4 versus 3 to end what's been an amazing day for the PCS Charity Showdown APAC region. Q Confirmed versus Made in Thailand. Duckman knocked down. Wow. Svit finding him on the right-hand side flank. Lands tags onto Homboya at half health. A lot of pressure now onto Esquilucia and Homboya. Esquilucia pushing over to the road, going for a flank. Needs to find something very early here. QC 4 horsemen using their 4-man advantage to spread out over this final phase 8 zone. Esquilucia almost conceding by going prone. He cannot be aggressive. JS takes a few shots from Homboya. 2 versus 4. Q confirms very likely now to crack this triple digits. Could very well be close. And by the way, we're actually tied again, Jordan. 115 points between Buriram and Archangel Predator. But this time, apparently, Archangel have got the kill. Homboya does find JS, but immediately swatted by Jalman. Traded back. 3 versus 1 remains. There's Belucia. Gets 1. Now it's only a 1 versus 2. It's Fit. Still up. Along with Gems. Fit, though, will get the win. QC4 Horsemen. 14 kill win to close out day number 3 of PCS Charity Showdown APAC region. 24 total points, chicken dinner, and 5 more games to go on Saturday to close out this region.
That's big points on the board for Q Confirm. I said that they can get themselves back into the discussion with a win here. And it's not just a weak win, it's a 14 kill win, Xenox. So that's massive stuff for Q Confirm. Finally, a little bit of that day 1 form coming back. Made in Thailand, great stuff from them as well. They'll be happy with 2nd place. And it's also good to see Division X back in the top 3, really keeping the top end of things super, super competitive. And man, we are going to have a fantastic finish on day number 4. Once we get here on Saturday, there is going to be some pretty interesting games ahead.
And it's still anyone's game, I think, down to about 10th. I'll keep Fury just in it. Jordan, 31 points. 5 games, not impossible. If they bring the absolute best that we know that they're capable of, I'd say they're now the cutoff point. Anything below them no chance at all. But even then, I'm probably still being a bit generous. Maybe 8th. Obviously, I've got the total leaderboard on the Liquipedia that has been updated. We'll get to that in a minute. This is just the match leaderboard. But it is super close. I mean, Archangel Predator, Fury Ramp, both tied on 115 points. Made in Thailand, 114 points. Q Confirmed, 110 points. I've never seen a PUBG tournament this close with only 5 games remaining, with so many teams still playing for so much.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And look at how that's turned out as well. 4 teams in the bottom of the standings in this game, 0 points. Then Atletico only gets 1 point. So think about how many points are on offer and how heavily weighted it is toward the top end of the scale for that 5th match of today. When you think about a team getting 24 points and then 18 points as well, like 18 points is normally what you get off like a decent win. So you've got 2 teams that are already quite overweight off of their points from game 5. Division X also gets 12. There's a lot of points for Q Confirmed, Made in Thailand, and Division X Gaming that have gone into this game by virtue of the fact that a lot of the teams down towards the bottom end of things really didn't pick a whole lot up.
Just reading the chat at the moment, Subsidite, the Liquipedia represent, saying that he's watched every single SEA championship since 2018 and says this is the closest that this region has ever seen, if we're including APAC and SEA into one timeline. So I certainly agree. I personally haven't seen anything that's closer than this. Maybe one of the regions might have had something of a smaller tournament that went to this extreme in terms of close proximity of the amount of teams. We'll get to the total leaderboard in a minute. It's something I haven't seen, especially in the Oceanic region, that's for sure. So I would agree with Subsidite there.
This is the kind of thing where when someone's like talking about PUBG or really any battle royale, like it doesn't necessarily have to be PUBG, and they're saying like, oh, you can't get good games out of PUBG because you know who's going to win the tournament already. It's like you might get that every now and then, but like in reality, I feel like a lot of the time, more often than not, we do go into the final day wondering, who is actually going to be able to potentially pick up this victory. Yeah, this is an extreme case where there's probably like 5 or 6 teams that are going to have a really good shot at finding that win. But I kind of liken it to like a game of cricket, a test match of cricket, right? Where it goes for 5 days and it's about the journey just as much as it is about the destination. So this is phenomenal viewing, and this is a great start to at least my year of PUBG. Right, this is the first that I've been able to cast for 2020. So glad to be back and glad to be seeing it so close, because it's really just providing us with such a great storyline heading into the rest of 2020.
Yeah, and obviously storylines that may continue in the future, depending on how any upcoming APAC leagues are going to look like, or furthermore APAC tournaments that are going to happen in the future. Knowing that this region as a whole, as an APAC, SEA plus OCE, is extremely close and very competitive. I'm sure there's things that everyone's going to want to work on and iron the kinks out. There is the total leaderboard. It's super close. I mean, that's ridiculous, Jordan. That top 5, we only have 5 games remaining, and it's that close. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe in almost any region.
Yeah, 115, 115, 112, 110, 105. And even then, like, even you go all the way down to 8th place, 9th place is 88. Fury's at 84, and Fury had a pretty awful day today as well. So in reality, we were talking about maybe a top 5 or 6. I'm going to have to retroactively fix that into probably, I'd say 10. Like, I actually still think, if Fury has a good day, it's possible to come back from a deficit like this.
Yeah. But the problem is you've got 9 teams in front of you that are playing at a super high level, picking up points left, right, and center. So, yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say at this level, like a premier tournament, this is the closest I've ever seen a league, because it's not really a cup. It's not like it's 12 games, Jordan, 20 games. It's a decent amount to go over and yet still have such an amazing gap. Well, no, not a gap, such an amazing proximity of the teams that from 1st to 10th.
Yeah. Can I just point out as well that Made in Thailand did get a 2-point penalty for, I think they were late to one of the games. So they were late to join the lobby, so they lost 2 points. And when you consider how close this lobby is right now, things could actually literally turn off of those 2 points. If Made in Thailand misses out on first place or misses out on even a placing by those 2 points, it's just going to be insane. And I don't think that's the only team that's lost points, by the way. There's been a few infractions as far as I understand. We just haven't really talked about them because it hasn't really mattered up to this point. But as
Yeah.
far as I'm aware, there's been at least 3 instances of teams losing 2 points. I know for sure that one of them is Made in Thailand. So we'll definitely get that information going into next week. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how much that small little penalty could potentially change.
And what's even crazier is you look at the winner chicken dinners, right? Of the top 8, everyone has had at least a single win. Of the bottom 8,
Mm.
only Cerberus Esports has found a win that's not part of the top 8. And of course, that was tonight. They had a much better night tonight. For those who weren't aware, who maybe didn't watch the first week, Cerberus Esports were, I think, like third last or maybe just above Ferox. So they've gone up a little bit, 65 points. They've put on a much better showing tonight. They had that win, of course. But they are the exception to the norm, which
Yeah,
is, you look at teams like DIC Gaming, Fury Australia, they need to find a win at some point. I think it's a given. You have to find wins if you're going to get into that top 8. I mean, Golden Cat have found 2 of them, and yet they're sitting in 8th on 90 points, albeit only 25 points away from first place Archangel Predator, who by the skin of their teeth have been able to manage and hold on to that first place. I cannot believe it. I really thought that final game they would lose that first place.
it definitely looked like Buriram was in a position to make it into the top place because they were alive a lot later than Archangel Predator, but things kind of went wrong for them when the teams actually pushed off of the high ground into them. I think it was Divine and then Q Confirm in the end that kind of were the death sentence for Buriram. So look, I mean, either way, I guess it's not the end of the world, right? This is not the final day. Things would be a lot different if we were talking about this on Saturday, but here we are, still a chance for anyone to get into number 1.
Yep. Now, we do have a couple of interviews lined up with at least 2 of the Australian teams. No bias. We're just, it's all we can really talk to. We don't have contacts with the SEA teams, but kicking it off will be Grumps from Ferox. I really hope he doesn't explode on stream. He's such a big unit. Grumps, welcome to the show, buddy. How are you feeling after today's games? You guys definitely performed a bit better.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we changed RGL halfway, so because it's RGL now, Sweet was first stage, first 2 games, and first 2 days, sorry, and obviously performing a bit better now.
Alrighty, well, hey mate, it's Selfish Guy here. I have a question as well, and you've kind of ruined it because I was just going to ask you about the IGL situation. What's going on there? I guess to transition that into then a follow-up question, what are your plans going into the final day on Saturday? Now, like obviously you guys are not really in a position to push for first place, so are you guys going to just try and solidify your position here and stick with Cozzy as the IGL, or are there plans to change going into day 4 as well?
No, we're definitely going to stay with Cozzy for now. Obviously, the results are there. Our position, we want to aim for 12th, maybe 10th if we're maybe lucky. But hey, we'll take anything at the moment.
Grumps, before I let you go, I'm just going to ask one final thing. But, looking towards, I guess, the future, only 5 more games here now. What's something as a team that you guys are going to look forward to doing a bit more of in terms of learning or practicing or scrimming in playing against SEA teams a bit more often for the future?
Well, it's hard because most of us work. 3 of us work, and the times it's like the late time scrims for us. It's like 12. It finishes at 1 a.m. and it's pretty hard with our schedule. But we try to fit as much games as we can against these teams.
Alrighty, well, I'll let you go, El Chapo. Thanks for the interview. Very much appreciate it. And enjoy the OSRS.
No, will. You too, bro.
Grumps from Ferox. Better night, unfortunately. Still not good enough to get out of the bottom 3, Jordan. 56 points. As you said, top 12 is probably their goal. And it's a realistic goal, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a nice place to put it as well. Like, and it's always interesting to hear from the players as to, what they're kind of aiming for. Because, like when you and I are talking about this on the cast, we're talking about the teams that potentially could theoretically make it into first. We're talking about teams that, and like where teams can end, like where they realistically could get points. Looking at that gap, if they're looking to get into 12th, that's actually only a 9 point deficit for them. So I think that's very achievable. He said maybe even 10th if they have a good day. That's more like a 28 to 30 point gap. So I think that's where you're going to be seeing a little bit more of that difference being made. A 28 to 30 point gap, I think, is still salvageable if Ferox has a fantastic day on Saturday. So look, I think aim for 10th. Aim high. They probably can get to 12th if they continue to perform like they did tonight. But I think you can always aim for a little bit higher and see where you can go from there.
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I would say that 10th, in my opinion, is out of reach for them. You can aim for it, but I would say it's out of reach. You would think that Fury, as a team who's in that 10th position, is going to be fighting to try and finish top 5, for example, right? So they're not going to be just sitting on 84 points. Ferox would almost have to not double their points, but get maybe half their points plus a bit more than that. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to sort of pinpoint because it's only 5 games, of course, on Saturday. I would say that for them though, they're going to be happy that they at least had one decent game tonight and the second place 10 kills. But for those who are maybe still tuning in, who are not sure maybe what's going on, the games have finished. We have finished our 5 games for the APAC region tonight. We just have a few interviews before we wrap up the stream, but it's very much sort of podcast style now, Jordan. We're kind of done with the games. You can check out the Liquipedia for the leaderboards. It's very much close and exciting for the APAC region going into Saturday. I'm super pumped for Saturday. Like I haven't gone into a PUBG day not knowing who's going to win from first to eighth ever.
Yeah, I mean, first to eighth, definitely. Like, normally it's a race between 2, maybe 3 teams if you're lucky. It very much does normally come down to that, like, 1 versus 2 storyline, and then, like, who can make it into third. That's something that we've seen a lot in ANZ. But look, the fantastic that we've gotten it so close, and we're going to get to see, I guess, a great day of PUBG on Saturday.
We do have our next interview, potentially our final interview, Waikika Mukau from Fury Australia. And definitely one of the fan favorite teams. How are you feeling, Waikika, especially after today? A bit of an up and down, mixed results sort of day.
Yeah, it has been a bit up and down. I think we're caught a lot more off guard than we were the first 2 days. We lost a lot of players really early on, which was probably our biggest undoing compared to the first 2 days anyway. But I mean, hopefully we can turn that around. It's close, as you said multiple times. So anything can happen.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I've been saying on the broadcast as well, and you've sort of alluded to it there, that you've been putting a lot of good sort of placements on the board, but you really haven't been able to convert those. So can you tell me what's kind of going on a little bit there? Because we've seen a lot of like 5th and
Yeah.
6th from you guys, but you haven't been able
Yeah.
to push into like the top 3.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is coming down to, I guess like looking at it from sort of our perspective. When we are getting into those zones where we can have those big games, we are normally coming off a position that we haven't really established. I feel like so when we are coming to those zones, we're going up against the teams that have this like a huge amount of control, or just the numbers advantage. And I think if we can get 4 up, strong position, maybe he's looking into phases 5, we'll be able to convert those a lot easier.
Before I let you go, mate, just maybe might sneak in 2 questions here. My first one is in. I'm breaking the rules here. My first one's just sort of in relation to what's ahead of you on Saturday, the task at hand, 31 points. We both know, we've both seen you guys overcome a deficit like this before. This one's going to be a bit more difficult. So what's the goal here? Are you aiming high, like we're going to win first place, or is it more like let's try and get top 5?
I mean, the amount of times that we've been in a scenario like you've seen, like that we are coming from behind, maybe not this far, but we've always believed in ourselves. And more often than not, I like to think we've pulled through at least with like a lot of really good results. Maybe not the win, but like terrific results. And I mean, we're still looking for that. First top 3. It's achievable, so we're going to keep striving for it. And if we tidy it all up, I think we have the capacity to do that.
I definitely think so as well. And just my second and final question now is more in relation to the future and something I sort of alluded to with Grumps, but preparation for Oceania teams, not just yourself going forward, especially if APAC continues to be a thing and you're going to have to play online in this region. do you think now that you've played in this tournament and gotten that first-hand experience, is there anything you guys would change going forward in terms of preparing for another tournament similar to this?
I mean, I think the rest of the team feels the same way. I think we are prepared really well for the tournament. I think we're coming into it with like really high hopes. I mean, obviously going to the Americas, sort of, yeah, PGS that was going to happen, the qualifiers for that. I mean, we were arguably looking really strong for that as well. We sort of dipped, but I mean, we brought it back up and we've been playing really well. So I think, the biggest thing will just be to like look at the VOD reviews a little bit better, try and take scrims as seriously as possible, and then just focus on our little individual mistakes. I think we'll still be fine.
Any shout-outs before I let you go, mate?
Just the whole team at Fury. I mean, they've been doing viewing parties, and really appreciate all the support that guys like Quick Draw and Venom, our organizers, are like really supporting us and putting a lot of good content out there for everybody on Twitter. Maybe us dying a lot, but it's okay. It's cool. But yeah, I know. Shout out to them.
All right, no worries, mate. Best of luck on Saturday.
Doozy, thank you.
Might be, I think, the last of our interviews. I think, but we might look to get Flood in as well from Atletico and complete the trifecta, Jordan. But yeah, look, I think very good points from Waikiki and Mukau. Both on sort of their expectations for Saturday, and then I really did like the fact that he, sort of didn't shy away from my second question and say like, oh yeah, we're going to do better next time. It's like, actually, they thought they prepared pretty well for this. Maybe it didn't quite go to like say top 5 expectations that they would have had on themselves, but the fact that they still backed in their preparation regardless of their result, it says a lot.
I guess it's a learning experience. And to be fair, when we saw them play in OSL Season 3, they won the final there. So it's not like they would have come into this feeling like, you know what, we can't compete against the teams from the Southeast Asia region, because that was predominantly comprised of teams from the SEA region. Now, not all of them are playing here in PCS at all, but, there was a large majority of them coming in from Season 3 into Season 4 into PCS. So I think there's a reasonable expectation for Fury that they might have been able to perform similarly to what they did. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that. But I really do think that this is probably the first step on the ladder for 2020 for a team like Fury. Hopefully this is just a kind of in the end, a minor competition or something like that we get to see bigger and better things coming out from the SCA region as we progress through 2020, and hopefully the same for Fury.
We're going to complete the holy trinity of the OCE teams with Flood from Atletico, the cutest player in OCE. There's our little boy Flood. Flood, not the best night tonight, and I know you guys would be feeling disappointed, but just give us your thoughts as to how the game sort of went from your perspective.
I think it's a really different play style than what we're used to. We're very focused on holding center compounds, then splitting very wide and holding that, and then pushing in, taking team fights. But it seems that the SCA region love just breaching center with like 2 people after leading for 30 seconds. So in that last game actually, it was a terrible plane, so we had to stretch really far to get to Rosok. So we just decided to loot ruins instead, and I think the guys looted 3 or 4 buildings and then got crashed by Myth straight away, and we also got the ruins behind us also got crashed by Cerberus. That was about a minute and a half into the game, so it was like so quick and crazy. Like we didn't understand why we were getting crashed so early, but I guess it's just a different playstyle that SEA have.
Indeed. Also touching on the mentality aspect of things for you guys, we talked to Extreme last week, and he sort of said you guys are taking this as more of a not an overglorified scrim per se, but not necessarily going in with massive expectations for this tournament. But what's the mentality like inside the team when something like that happens? Are you kind of brushing it off and saying like whatever, or is it sort of affecting you guys still?
I mean, like we asked Linksy to play this with 1 week notice, so we didn't really come into this event super prepared. We were kind of trialing a bunch of different players. We were looking for a 4th, so we we're kind of going through that phase of trialing like 3 or 4 players like a week. So we didn't have a lot of time to scrim with Linksy, and then when we decided to go with him, of course, we started putting more time in. But I think the games that we come across, we kind of don't really take them to heart. We've been looking at the VODs and kind of trying to figure out how we can change our strategy and macro play to adjust to the SEA region. But like when stuff like that happens, Zoid actually knew that we'd get breached, but he didn't think we'd get breached that early. Like we're just slowly adapting, and we're using every game as like a learning experience because we can look at the VODs because SEA like really takes scrims seriously. Like all the scrims we've had for these events, like these this tournament prior to the games have been like atrocious. So you can't really judge anything from scrims. So the only way you get to see how teams truly play is in the real event, really.
Flood, I'm going to do the same for you and ask you two questions here before I let you go. Firstly, you touched on Linksy, 1 week's notice. We all know that he's been a recent addition to the roster. Is it something that's potentially going to be permanent, or is it sort of just based on obviously the climate with coronavirus? We all know Linksy was playing overseas, and how is he also just gelling with the team?
At the moment, I think Linksy's pretty much committed to us. I think we're all happy with how we're going, happy how we're improving in scrims, and I definitely think that it looks like it's going to be a long-term thing. At least that's what I hope. As far as how he's fitting in, Linksy has like heaps of experience. He's played in literally every region at the highest level possible. He knows exactly how to handle himself in situations, and I think he was just the player that we needed. We didn't really need a fragger. We just needed someone with lots of experience and someone who could kind of guide people like me and Russ who just want to run at people and gun them down.
Hmm.
So it's really helped that Linksy's been able to kind of add that extra brain almost to the team. I'm not saying Russ and I don't have brains, but yeah, having that person with lots of experience who can just give those little inputs that he's had from playing hundreds of games that change the outcome of the game, and could potentially win us a few.
Last one before I let you go, and something I asked the other boys as well, just in terms of how you guys maybe for future SEA events, APAC region, are you gonna maybe look to prepare a little bit differently? You mentioned the scrims and how they've not quite been the best. Are you gonna look at that and say, okay, well, if this happens again next time, an event like this, we're gonna have to find other ways to prepare?
I think we're kind of trying to change our approach because we traditionally play center and then wrap or take fights, but I think we've had a change mentality just because of how SEA play. It's almost impossible to scrim properly in SEA. Like we've tried maybe 6 or 7 different scrim servers. You'll find that the quality is really bad. So the only way to improve as a team really is to study how other teams play in tournaments and then also work on your micro and team fighting. So we definitely want to improve our team fighting. I think that's something that we really struggle in because usually in OS, like our OS region, we could just kind of take fights as solos, and that would usually work out well because we're all pretty well-rounded individuals. But I think SEA, everyone loves to stack on each other, so I think we need to practice team fighting in our scrims, which is exactly what we will be doing for the next few months, coming up to any more events, and then hopefully once we get our team fighting down, we'll just push players and have a lot more confidence to take fights against them.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight, Flood. Best of luck on Saturday finishing off PCS.
Thank you very much.
Well, that concludes our interviews with the Oceanic teams. Do apologize we couldn't get any of the SEA teams, Jordan. We'd love to have them. We'd love to sit here and ask Duckman questions or ask Namc about his appendix surgery, things like that. Archangel Predator and maybe how they expected this tournament to go. The only Philippines team sitting in first. Whole bunch of questions would have been loved to ask, but unfortunately we just don't have those connections. But I can ask you, Jordan, your final thoughts before we wrap up the show here.
Pretty keen for next event. I guess Saturday is when we're going to get to see the culmination of this one. We've had a fantastic tournament so far, so I think we're going to get some really good games come Saturday. I don't know who to predict. Normally at this point, I'd probably say, I think X or Y is going to be able to finish off strong and pick up the win. But I think really this is kind of a toss-up. It's anybody's game at this point, and we just have to wait and see.
Well, that's going to be us done for PCS APAC. You could stay tuned if you like. In a few hours' time, it's going to be PCS North America starting up later on. But for us, that's going to be it. We'll see you on Saturday.